I'm just testing out the levels, and they seem fine, so I think we can get started. I need to clear the music cue.
Oh, but it was so nice.
I know, but it's not gonna be nice anymore because we're playing Curse of Strahd.
Yeah, now bring on the death metal.
Right?
We'll
bring on the
creepy orchestra music.
Why does this boss music have Latin lyrics in it?
Just play constant Bloodborne tracks.
Just to let you know, lad, it's not letting me drag it onto the character sheet.
Here, let me give you a hand. Where are you at? Novork, and I'm gonna go ahead and open up a heavy crossbow. I did it. I'm not sure why I didn't let you before. Maybe you were like... I find sometimes when you drag things to your character sheet, you need to drag it to like a blank space, like a white blank space, rather than another field. Or otherwise it will
the other one it could be is the one that happens to me because I pop my character sheet out into a separate window to throw it on one screen.
Yeah, that will not work then if you're doing it
on the other one. Yeah. It doesn't support cross window motion.
Yeah, it's just force of habit me doing that, just opening up it into another screen. That's how the two character sheets.
Okay, then we, I think, can commence. Picking up from where we last left off. Following a near-lethal encounter with Seraphine, a vampire spawn in service of Morgantha, the Night Hag, your lives were spared thanks to the sacrifice of Irina Kalyana. Now, the young maiden is in the clutches of the Night Hag Coven of Bone Grinder Mill. She is to be delivered into the hands of Strahd. Wishing to arm yourselves for a rescue attempt, you ventured into the haunted estate of House Dhurst in order to seek out means of defeating the evils of this land. You delved into the estate's basement, carving your way through the remnants of an ancient cult turned undead. Now, you take a moment to tend to your wounds and catch your breaths, resting within the family's hunter's den on the first floor. But before we continue with our attempt at descending to the estate's depths, we must turn our attention to yet another string of fate about to intertwine with our story's tapestry. Deep within a land long forsaken, in a castle long avoided, within a chamber long hidden, stands a creature long feared. The room is simple. The walls and ceiling are made of warped stone. No tapestry nor painting adorns them. No furniture or stairs or chairs are laid out for the guests. There's merely a door, a window, and a single shaft of light illuminating a curved stone basin. Within that basin is a still pool of clear water. A figure stands above the basin, his pale hands grasping the edges. In the darkness, all that is illuminated is the lower half of his face, upon which is a fanged grin. With a movement of the hand, still waters ripple outwards, the waters becoming dark and murky, and within the pool, a moving image appears. The image shifts to show a road bathed in moonlight. The image pans down the road through fields of lawn grass before coming to face a cave entrance on the forest's edge. Strahd von Zarovich dips his hands into the basin. A blanket of mist seeps into the cave. He clenches his fist, the mists encroaching upon the sole creature in the cave. Strahd's eyes, full of mirth, glow faintly in the dark as he accepts yet another soul into his domain. Elias, you there?
I'm here.
All right, just checking. Time seems to slow down to a halt as the mists take you. The dissonant final words of Asmodeus still echo in your mind. I cannot claim you, but I know of a place where you will wish you were dead. Your only hope of escaping this land is to pledge yourselves to me on once more. Once that sunlight-deprived land has drained you of all hope, I will be there, waiting. Bring to me the skull of my disciple from the deepest reaches of Ravenloft. I'll be watching. Do not disappoint me. You feel your knees buckle, collapsing. You feel no floor beneath you. The mist swirl at your feet, swallowing you. The cave vanishes, replaced by a mirage of fading silhouettes cast against pale, dim sunlight. As they fly past you, you see a castle rising atop an overbearing stone cliff. You also see the treetops of an expansive, dark, fog-enshrouded forest. A blurred scene encroaches closer, that of a large town encircled by a tall palisade of pine wood. The tips of the palisade sharpen to points. You fall, descending, thrashing in the air. The wind in your ears is deafening. The town's cobblestone rushes towards you, ever closer, and just as you are about to splatter onto the stone, all goes dark. Somewhere in the distance, a bell tolls the hour. 10 bell strokes, resounding in deep metallic clangs that sync up with the thrum of your heartbeat. 1. You open your eyes. 2. You find yourself in a dark room. 3 strikes. Your dark vision adjusts to the gloom. 4. A nearby fireplace ignites with a crackle. 5. The flame's light catches upon the polished frames of pictures along the wall. 6. Rising to your feet, the wood boards beneath creak, the mists at your feet dissipating. 7. You take in your new surroundings. To your left is a red marble staircase spiraling up several floors. To your right, a black marble mantelpiece above the hearth. 8. Before you is an open doorway. Several humanoid figures are in the room beyond, their shapes barely illuminated by oil lamplight. 9. You hear a bestial, low growl coming from the room as something catches your scent. 10. A wolf encroaches closer toward the doorframe, its eyes glinting in the dark, glaring you down, its fur standing on end, its teeth bared. The wolf lets out a single sharp bark. What do you do?
I will, seeing that I can't run away, I'll speak up and say, easy there, boy. Just calm down. Hello? Is anyone out there?
The rest of you hear a voice, that of a live person in this otherwise abandoned house, coming from the main hall. What do you do?
I would, I was sitting down talking with Samson and Aya. I would just assume we were alone in the house. And with a quick upbeat, I would kind of push back my chair kind of forcefully and kind of be on my defensive, be like, I thought we were the only ones here. There can't be anyone else.
Maybe another ghoul?
That, or one of the townsfolk got brave. Hopefully it's not that.
I hope it's not that.
Yeah. We hardly need more problems. I will mage hand open the door.
The door creaks open fully. In the dim light, you can describe yourself. I won't describe you. What do they see?
Alrighty. So they see a very old-looking hobgoblin with green skin, bald head. He's kind of hunched over with age. His face is wrinkled, and he's got, as far as what he's wearing, he seems to be wearing some scale mail armor, carrying a shield that looks honestly a little bit kind of rusted and old. On the shield, there's a symbol of a sunset. And beneath his armor, he seems to be wearing some sort of gray robes. Around his waist, there's a bit of string, and hanging from the string is a small hourglass. Well, it's not really an hourglass, more like a minute glass, I guess. But
Oh, he's not one of the townsfolk. How did you come into this house?
well, I seem to have gotten on the wrong side of a rather y'all know who Asmodeus is?
Somewhat.
Wouldn't know.
Well, I got on the wrong side of a very powerful devil. And I seem to have been sent here, for lack of a better word.
Well, I suppose I should welcome you. Being on the wrong side of the devil is usually a good thing. Well, means you did a good thing. Probably not necessarily a good thing for you. Why don't you come on in?
Novar just goes, Novar just calls a Carl, and then Carl just retreats back.
So, if you don't mind me asking, where am I right now?
You were in the realm of Barovia. A fairy tale realm, but as you can tell, quite real.
Is that anywhere near Waterdeep?
No, unfortunately, it's somewhere as yet unknown. The residents here do not seem to know where Waterdeep is. The realm is somewhat locked off from elsewhere. It's a thing we're
Samson,
working on.
As you're describing this, do you mind just describing yourself, just so he knows who's he talking
Oh,
to? Yeah.
so the token's fairly accurate, except he looks very sick right now. Very pale, dark spots under the eyes. Very sick. He does not look like he should be as able as he currently appears to be.
Yeah. Just putting faces to the voices.
Yeah. Sorry.
Seems that you are no longer in anywhere near Waterdeep, friend.
Yeah.
Is that where you're from? From Waterdeep?
Well, yeah, that's where I've been living for several years. But, so I take it you've at least heard of Waterdeep then?
Yes, I arrived here with Bea, but we were traveling from Neverwinter to Waterdeep. And one evening, we woke up in this land.
Who did you piss off?
This point,
Davey.
yeah, Davey, the caravan rider, caravan lead. Unknown. I have no idea why we're in this land, but this land seems to like to keep the people that are here and to take things from you.
With all the nightmarish things going on, night walkers, perhaps devils now, I can't see it getting any worse.
Oh, don't say that. It can always get worse.
That's true.
Yes.
But maybe not too bad.
Here, take my seat, and I'll pick up the chair that I kind of threw down in excitement and kind of put it towards him, and then I'll sit in the other chair.
Oh, thank you. I'm a little tired being on my feet. Kind of like settles down into the chair a little bit.
I love the accent.
So, so we're in Barovia. Where in Barovia exactly?
We're in the village of Velakai. In a house that at one point in time belonged to the Dhurst family.
I take it, it don't belong to the Durst family anymore, huh?
The Dhurst family is deceased. And they have been for quite some time.
So, if it's not too much to ask, what business do you all have being here then?
Well, they are, at this point, I believe, trying to deal with the curse that lies upon this house.
Oh, cursed houses. Those are my favorite.
Yes, this one is quite real.
Yeah, they had a little soft spot for a little ghost girl. That's how we
Okay.
ended up in here.
I wanna check something. Is he casting a shadow, by the way?
Yes. And
Okay.
weirdly enough, even though you are all huddled around a candle, aside from this newcomer, the rest of you are not casting any shadows still.
I'd probably has yet to find him. Or at least locate him, possibly.
I imagine that we broke his communication device. Although, frankly, I have no doubt that he can still see us. Or his agents can. By the way, we're referring to the lord of this land, Strahd. He's
I take it.
interesting character.
So, this might be jumping the gun a little bit. I'm jumping the crossbow a little bit to assume this based on what little impressions I've had of this place so far. But what kind of a lord is Strahd?
Hey,
The kind you don't wanna cross.
yes.
Not a very good one.
Staying. If anything you can do to not draw his attention is a good thing. And if you do draw his attention, ensure that you are at least entertaining. He
I
treats
try my
people
best,
as
but
pets, toys.
The real stuff of nightmares.
Yes. Well, suppose we can. I think we've mostly recovered from our last expedition into the basement, and there's still at least a couple places in there we have not explored.
Yeah.
Head
We
back
do-
and
We
try
do
and
need
cleanse
to,
this place?
We do need to go back and, I don't know, I just have a weird feeling that those bones aren't really where they should be. There's got to be some kind of family tomb.
Yes. Yeah.
All right. So if we're going about lifting the curse on this place, we know how we do that.
Well,
Well-
at least part of it is returning the bones of two of the people that died here to their tomb. Or their
Rose.
crypt. Rose
Their
and
names
Thorn.
were Rose and Thorn, yeah.
Yes. But beyond that, not quite sure. Hopefully it's as straightforward as finding the ritual chamber and undoing whatever evil has been done there. Although that is far easier said than done. Also,
I'm sure they're still chanting away down there.
Indeed.
yes, I'm
Those of you who would pay
Yeah,
attention
probably.
to the trapdoor on the southeastern side of the room would still hear those ghostly chants over and over. The words now, though dissonant, are intelligible. He is the ancient. He is the land. He is the ancient. He is the land. Over and over again. This ghostly voices echo.
We're somewhat hoping, I think, that disrupting that chanting is enough to do something to the curse of this house. I
Oh,
should
so
warn you,
that's
there's-
not friends of yours then?
No, very much not. I should warn you, though, there is someone who is, I suppose, not a friend, but hopefully not an enemy down there. There's a great big insect. We've encountered him and passed by. I suppose encountered her, probably. Passed by without too much trouble. It was a little tense, but I think we would like to avoid causing problems.
I hope you don't
So-
have a fear of insects.
Yeah.
Well, they're not my favorite, but
Nor mine.
You all catch yourselves as you, for just a moment, think about your worst fears. Returning back to conversation.
Well then. I suppose now is as good a time as any. Head down. Suppose the only
Yeah.
question is, do we head down here or do we go back down the other secret entrance?
I would maybe say just go back the way we came.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Okay.
Deal with everything that's at hand.
And also,
Yeah.
we're going to have to deal with that like big centipede thing again.
I was thinking if we went the other way, we might be able to go on either side of him or her.
I mean, there's a pit on the other side.
Yeah. Well then.
Well, once more into the breach.
Yes.
Once more to the breach. Does anybody wish to do anything else before leaving the wolf's den, so to speak?
Yeah, since we're in a short rest, I'm just going to use one of my hit dice.
You do that. I'll go ahead and stack you all, and assuming I guess I'm going to take the trapdoor back down, yes?
Yes.
Alright.
Yep.
The trapdoor opens with a creak, revealing the ladder that descends down 6 feet to a landing below. Distant ghostly chants can be heard from somewhere beyond. I'll go ahead and push you guys back on the map. Where are we at? We are here. Yes. And let me know if everybody has vision, or rather if anybody doesn't. We are over yonder.
I'm good.
Yes.
Dark
I
vision
have-
is a little bit dark without sources of light, but yeah, you guess.
I will pull light up on my shield.
Okay, so Samson with light. That's 2020, I believe. Still remember from last time.
Light is 2020 if I remember correctly.
Oh, look at that! It remembers settings from last time. That's convenient. All right, there we go.
And I will take the lead.
Sure thing. You return to the darkness, to the room festooned with moldy skeletons that hang from rusty shackles against the walls. The statue of a gaunt, tall man in noble's robes stands still and silent in its cove. To the west and south passageways lead further into the darkness. The chanting can still be heard coming from the west. Elias, stepping past these moldy skeletons, you detect a wretched stench of something freshly dead. Looking around the corner, you can see the feet of a gaunt, pale monstrosity. A human perhaps at one point, but now, even at death, this thing is grotesque.
Yes, there are
One of these dead bodies.
undead down here. We've dealt with the ones in the immediate area, but when we go to new areas, expect potentially more of them.
Sorry, I didn't catch your name. What it is? I'm pointing to our new hobgoblin friend. Hobgoblin, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So, Elias, like seeing something dangerous looking so near, will cast message one at a time to the party members and introduce himself as Elias. Elias Whitaker.
Okay, Elias.
But you can just call me Eli.
Eli. Noted. You see this statue? This is Count Strahd. Okay.
The female tiefling points to the statue. It's carved in the likeness of a gaunt, pale-faced man wearing a voluminous black cloak, his pale hand resting on the head of a wolf statue that stands next to him, and his right hand seems to be just empty, palm up. The visage, the face, I can show you what he looks like. You can continue role-playing, I'm just kind of describing what's being seen.
Well, this is Strahd. He's interesting.
So, he's the kind of person who puts statues of himself all over the land he rules, huh?
Well, no, actually. I don't think he put this statue up. I think this was put up by the cult that lived and used this house as their meeting place. They were somewhat fanatical about him. We are currently operating under the impression that this chanting referring to ancient and land is referring to him. He's supposedly lived for, what is it at this point, 400 years or more? So, potentially ancient. And the land, well, he certainly has sway over a lot of beings in this land. Well, as you can imagine, the direction of that undead over there, and I'll point up to here, is where we came from. Suppose we should probably head down this way.
Yeah, whenever you are ready, lead the way. Do you feel okay though, Samson? You took quite a beating and you still look a little pale.
I've felt better, but I am as good as I can be. This land takes a lot from you.
We'll be right behind you.
Your voice echoes down the caverns of this house underfoot as you come to a closed door leading to what's beyond the passage here.
Ah. Oh well, let's go for it, and I'll open the door.
Opening the door before you, the first thing that catches your eyes is a chandelier suspended above a table in the middle of this room. There's two high-backed chairs that flank the table, which has an empty, or seemingly empty, clay jug and two clay flagons atop it. There's cobwebs among them, noting how long they've stood on the table here. Iron candlesticks stand in two corners, their candles long since melted away. Go ahead.
I will spend a quick second before I walk in to look at the floor for footprints.
While the floor is shredded, the amount of footprints is not in the 2000s like in the previous chambers, but perhaps a few individual.
There were footprints on the ground as opposed to the other corridor that we went down.
Yes. Just far less. Yes.
I will go ahead and step in and go to here. Well, it's apparently ordinary room with chandelier.
Looks like some sort of a dining den for the higher ups rather than the initiates who have bare life.
Yeah.
Saying sorry, my roll 20's crashed. I'm just coming back in.
All good.
One passage just north, the other one leads to the west further in.
Well, if I spend a moment listening, which direction does the chanting appear to be coming from? Or
North.
Is it's coming from the north? Okay. Well, doesn't seem to be much in this room.
No, just a quiet little common room. Nothing seems out of place.
I'll take the jug that appears to be empty and pick it up and turn it over and just pour out any contents in it.
Up on the clay, you hear a couple clinks tick, 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 as something falls on the table. Looking down, a single human tooth.
Ah,
Lovely.
yes. Lovely.
Sorry, the tooth came out of the cup?
One of the jug on the table.
What kind of... How does that happen?
Whatever
I
it
imagine
you first.
someone smashed their face into it, or brought it away.
Whatever were the contents of the jug doesn't smell like water or wine. It smells rather foul, and the inside is coated by a brown, blackish grime.
I'd rather not know.
I agree.
But
Well, then.
here, in the meantime, take this, and I'll cast guidance on Samson.
It's dangerous to go alone. Take this.
Take this!
Guidance.
Thank you. I suppose as I'm now next to it, I'll kind of walk down this hall a little bit and look into this room.
Sure. As you use the light of your shield to illuminate the room, you see that this room contains a large wood-frame bed with a rotten feather mattress. At the foot of the bed is a wooden footlocker. There's also a wardrobe directly to your left around the corner that stands against the wall. A large oil painting hangs on the wall opposite the bed on the northern wall, depicting a woman wearing a beautiful red dress, surrounded by disciples in white robes. The woman is adorned with gold earrings and a golden necklace around the neck, looking quite regal. You recognize this aristocratic woman to be the same one depicted in the Dhurst family portrait upstairs, Elizabeth Dhurst.
Well, I think I've found the second family or master bedroom. Well, I suppose this room is probably worth investigating. Might be some information on how this whole thing works.
Just put something on
And
the map to
I'll-
just note where I described that portrait. Let's say it's like right there.
Oh, cool. All right.
Yeah.
There isn't any large insects on the ceiling, is there?
No, paranormally checking the ceiling, it is simply carved limestone and insectless. For now.
Well, I suppose let's go ahead and open the chest.
Opening the footlocker and giving it a quick search, you find several items stockpiled one on top of the other. Seem to have been collected over an area of time over the years. You find a folded cloak made of this bluish silk with a golden accent. Kind of reminds you of what Jeb would wear. Very regal. And embroidered along its like sleeves and accented areas are a bunch of runes. Perhaps abjuration magic of some sort. You also find a small wooden coffer that contains 4 potions of healing. They clink, they're full, and while dusted, they don't look like they've been uncorked, therefore spoiled, and might still have effect. You find a chain shirt, a mess kit, a flask of alchemist's fire, a bullseye lantern, a set of thieves' tools, and a book that appears to contain several wizard spells within it. I'll go ahead and put it in chat for the sake of simplicity.
Yes.
Yeah, I was writing it down. I'm like, oh no, wait, I forgot one.
Yeah, same.
My little hands are cramping.
Well, I will go ahead and pick up the container of healing potions and pass one out to each of the other members. Say, probably hold on to these. These will be useful going forwards. I already have one from somewhere else.
Well, just keep that one on you for now.
Oh,
Yeah.
thank you kindly.
I imagine things are going to get rather interesting down here.
Well, I would hope so.
I don't know how useful the chain shirt will be. Suppose at first we can potentially use it for selling at a store. I don't have any use of the book. Don't know if anyone else here would have direct use of that.
Oh, what kind of book is it? I do a bit of reading.
Seems to be you're quite familiar, especially working Waterdeep and around your fellow wizards. The book features a rune circle, donating conjuration magic and the other schools of magic. There's no title, but you would recognize a spell book when you see one. The spell book contains several first and second level spells that were inked there by perhaps a previous adventurer or unfortunate soul, or a fellow cultist. Hard to tell.
Oh, well, if you're not going to use that, I might be able to make some use of it. I know a few spells.
Arcane wizard, that's useful. Absolutely. Please see if you can't get anything useful out of it.
Will do.
Hey, what are you doing while everybody is rummaging around the footlocker?
I'm just checking the room where the chanting is coming, making sure that nothing is coming from there.
Okay, keeping vigilant with your eyes up north, and as you guys are rummaging through the trunk, you hear the sound of tearing canvas behind you, as well as a raspy breath of some thing as it bursts from behind the oil painting, one hand at a time. You see a slender, animated corpse in tattered robes with wispy strands of hair, lips and gums gone black with rot, and a smile that shines with madness. Bearing only vague resemblance to her portrait, Elizabeth Dhurst's corpse falls forth from the portrait onto the ground before you, Samson. The stench coming off this thing is nauseating, and takes some effort for you not to retch in disgust. As she rises to her feet, you see her corpse is covered with these withering worms. Hanging at her neck is a rusted iron key. She speaks, her voice hissing, gurgling. Gustav, my love, you have returned. Embrace me. Let me kiss you. Roll initiative.
Maybe Samson wanna kiss it.
So for those of you new, when
will she
you
turn into a
when
car?
you roll initiative, person on your token first. That way it shows up in the initiative roll. Yeah, I'm gonna spawn her there because she can't spawn on top of Samson, literally, just straddling him.
Take me now, baby.
Give me a kiss. Of course, they're all bottom initiative garbage. All right. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's all of us. Elias, you look onto the corpse. How do you react? You're top of the round.
That I am. Enoreth's mercy, that's ugly. Do we know, like, who Gustav is at all?
You don't, but you get the
We-
notion like she's speaking of somebody she found very dear to her heart in life, or is otherwise being sarcastic. You're not even sure.
I would,
Yeah.
I would say you would. I think you can see Samson's face. You would recognize that Samson at least recognizes that name.
Alright, then for now, I'm just going to use a second level spell slot and cast Bless on everybody.
Everybody up to 3 creatures of your choice within range. So that'll be the person to yourself, north, and north west, yeah? Or yourself included.
I believe.
If you cast it at second level, you get to 1 additional creature.
Right.
Slot above.
So 4.
I see. Okay, so all of you guys. Sounds excellent. So you're concentrating on that. All right, Nadia is concentrating on guidance. I'm just gonna go ahead and do that in blue. All right. Sprinkling holy water about, you bless the party against this vile creature. Anything else on your turn?
I will just put my shield up in a defensive stance and like ask the party, anybody know who this Gustav fella is?
I love this guy. Nadia.
That's pretty jarring to see someone just kind of fall out of a portrait. So, with my hands and I'm kind of back against the wall, and just as a reaction, I think I would just shoot a firebolt like right at him, or right at her. Sorry.
Still has some semblance of a female form. In 19 hits. She's unarmored, still wearing her tattered cultist robes. Go ahead and roll damage as the firebolt sails across and hits her square in the chest for 10 fire damage. It singes the robes, they begin to become aflame, and where it hits, you see several worms fall to the ground, scorched and black, slightly wriggling before they start moving altogether. Alright. That's just save sin if you turn. That way I know.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, that's it. I have
Okay,
no
over.
other bonuses.
Yeah, and Nova just takes a step back a little bit and just so just to try and give everybody some room. And yeah, you know what? He's going to try out this crossbow. He's just going to aim at that thing first.
A natural 20 plus, it doesn't even need to bless. There you go.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's 16 damage. And plus a... It'll be plus 2 fighting style archery. So 15.
+2 is 18, my friend.
18, sorry. I
Yeah,
was
so
right.
a huge hit hits the squaring throat, and she lets out a gurgling. And you see more worms pour out. Not blood, but worms. Green, slimy, crawling all over the bolt and onwards. She recoils back and then regains her balance. She seems bloodied at this point. With that, Samson.
Okay, so first question: the painting that she just fell out of, is there space?
There's space behind it, yes. I'm gonna go ahead and... Yep.
Okay, so just trying to think. If I did that, is and just want to get see if my line of work. If I tried telekinetic shove, would I be able to get her to this spot? It's
Do you
a
have to
straight
roll to
line
hit
from-
telekinetic shove, or is it just a save on her part?
It's a save on her part.
You'll be able to. You can still have vision on her. She
Okay.
just has half cover around that kind of corner as you go into
Yeah.
knock off. Yes.
So, actually, I think I don't actually want to put other people at risk, so I'm just going to go ahead and say, burn away, and try and Sacred Flame her.
Sure.
So
Bless,
DC 15 dex save
bless that only helps you
has
on your...
no impact
Okay.
on it.
Alright, dexterity save. Here she comes. Fails. Taking the 1 point of rating as a searing holy flame lands upon her flesh, searing even more worms away from her. Nonetheless, more borrow forth from her skin. Anything else?
So I'd like to try and step onto the bed, to
Sure.
kind of get between people and her.
I'm gonna say because you're using even the kind of rotted wooden poles as half cover technically, and she'll have to kind of work her way around them.
And
Right.
that's my turn.
Okay.
Because telekinetic shoving into a wall does nothing.
Okay. As she regains her balance and starts to lumber forth, Aya, you may take a turn.
Okay, I stopped watching at the hallway. Here at nowhere shoot him. She runs past him and draws her sword. And she's gonna try to slash.
Okay.
That's an 8 with the genie's rod.
All right. As you slash her, like severing a limb, more of the worms crawl forth from the remaining appendage. She lumbers back into balance and looks upon you all in a hissing voice. She goes, "You abandoned us, abandoned our cause, Gustav. I curse you. That day you bore a child with a nursemaid wench. Is that why you're here? Have you come to rescue your precious little boy? Descend into the depths and see you yourself what has become of him." With that, she is gonna go ahead and try and embrace you, Aya. As she does so, I'm just gonna rake you with the claws. 25.
Yeah, that's it.
8 plus 3 for a total of 11 slashing damage. As she rakes and opens up a wound on your arm, she spews forth worms into it. Can I have you make me a dexterity saving throw, please?
I'm pretty handy. Dex, sorry.
Worms wash over all of you, landing everywhere, and some of them quickly maneuvering into your wounds and begin to burrow as to do so, I'm going to go ahead and put this little token on you. Don't worry about it. It's just a friendly little worm. Alright.
It's not a disease, right? I'm just asking.
You're not sure. With that,
Okay.
it is top of the round. Elias.
All right. Can I fire past allies who are standing in front of me?
Yeah, it'd
Or is-
just be like cover for whatever you're targeting. She'll have
Okay.
like +2 to her AC because she has like your allies in front. Yeah.
All right, then. In that case, I'll try to hit her with firebolt.
Sure. 11 +2. Where's +2 coming from? Just so I know. It hits. I'm just curious.
Sorry.
Coming from,
Oh, the
from
+2
Bless.
is from Bless.
Right. Okay. So it looks like that. Okay, I'll know. When I mouse over it, it doesn't tell me what it is. 13 hits for 9 damage. More of the worms burn off as her robes begin to catch on fire. That 9 damage is quick math in my head. Okay. Yes. Okay. She recoils back from flames. You never had faith, Gustav. You're weak. Too cowardly to pledge your devotion. You do not deserve the Dark One's gifts. But do not worry. I have a gift of my own to bestow upon you. She seems to address you all as Gustav in her madness. With that, that's the end of your turn?
Yes, that's the end of my turn.
Nadia.
Man, I feel kind of bad for Aya. So I would still probably just do another firebolt and accept that he's at half cover. Just trying to destroy these worms
Sure.
on her face. Even with
Who are you targeting?
Elizabeth.
Okay, because it sounded like you were talking AI and I was like, you sure?
Oh no!
Yeah, me too.
Oh, bad. Sorry, no,
I was
sorry.
like, it's in my arm, but
Unfortunately,
it's not a toy.
It's trying to work here an aim point between the bulk that is Samson, with all his armor and his shield and the bad post. The magic just sails past and misses as Lady Thirst dodges out of the way.
Yeah, that'll be the turn.
Okay.
Bonus.
Yeah, so she's got half cover the new way, Novark.
Yeah.
Cause yeah.
See if you roll out natural 20.
Yeah, so he's gonna. Yeah, I'm just gonna fire another shot.
Sure. Loading another bolt into Wolfsbane. You take aim,
12.
fire. A 12 hits perfectly, even with cover. Dealing 9 damage. She is on her last fighting legs.
It would be 11 due to the +2 with the archery.
Dope. Still alive.
Yep.
She's literally on the floor. Her limbs twisted in a funny way as she tries to get the arrow out of her. All the while just whispering in her madness. You are a sad excuse of a man, Gustav. A lecherous traitor. I'll push you out of your misery. Go ahead.
And then Connell is just gonna basically get his movement's 40, so would I be able to move within his range and then move out? Or
Yeah,
would
you
that-
have 30 movement. You can easily move in and then back to where you were with 30 movement.
Yeah, so yeah, Connell's gonna just run up. And
Connell.
No, yeah, so his is 40, so he'd be able to.
Yeah, so that's 25 range right there. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just in case moving through anybody was considered heavy terrain.
It is heavy terrain. From last session, we remember that, yes.
Okay, yeah, and he's gonna move. And since pack tactics, it's advantage.
Yes. So 16 does hit for slashing damage. How do you want to do this as he lunges forward?
Yeah, he would just, Connor would just basically move past here, jump right on her and just completely maul and rip it out of the face while
Sure.
taking her down.
For the sake of simplicity, I can say that Connell ended his turn here, just so he doesn't end his turn on allies. It's basically on top of Mrs. Dhurst as he indeed rips out flesh. And as he does so, can I have Connell make me a dexterity save, please?
Yeah, sure.
He continues to maul her apart. As you see, just in his blood rage, he doesn't pay attention as the worms begin to crawl up his limbs too, and kind of seeking out previous wounds. They disappear into his fur. Dhurst is not moving, not speaking anymore. Through raspy groans, she just goes, "No! I was promised immortality!" And that's the last thing she says before Connell just rips her throat out. She's dead. Samson, what do you do on your turn?
Okay, so question. Do I see any of the worms still?
Do you want to roll perception?
Yeah.
It's pretty easy to see. It's pretty obvious, but give it a chance of. So yeah, you do see. While they are tiny, they're quite dexterous, leaping like several feet onto targets and latching themselves with tiny feet before maneuvering over to like old wounds. Both Aya and Connell have these on them.
Okay, so in that case, I will hold my shield tight and burst out Word of Radiance around me, and I will target every worm that I can see. DC 14 Constitution save, or 6 radiant damage to try and burn them away. Get off of them.
They're checking their scores. They both fail, and indeed they singe away through your radiance before they manage to find a way inside. That would be end of initiative.
Okay, first things first. Those worms, do we get all of them? They seem to be something who's trying to curse us. I would assume that has to do with those worms.
You look toward the alcove where you were planning to jump into, and you can see it's crawling to these things, like out of the walls.
Yeah. Aya, please move to the side, and I will step up there, and I will blast another word of radiance, targeting all of the worms that I can see in that room.
Does that require a spell slot, or is that like one of those cantrips?
That's a cantrip.
If it's a cantrip, for the sake of simplicity, I'm gonna say if we give it enough time, you just cleanse the whole alcove.
Yeah, I'm just blasting to try and burn all of the worms that I can see. It's only within 5 feet of me.
Yes, just cantrip.
But
yep, that will do it.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. Well then. Hopefully, those worms are not a problem anymore.
No, that was good, quick thinking. I'm sure they would have made a little bit more of a problem for us.
They were going towards injuries. I assume they would try and burrow with a slight shiver that you would have noticed.
Hey, are you okay? How do you feel?
My arm feels okay. I'm just bleeding a little bit. But I think Samson took everything out. But I'm wondering
little bite
what...
marks, while nasty, don't seem to be like itchy or infected.
Perfect.
A DM's favorite word, seems.
Yeah.
Yes.
They never say 100%.
Well, if it wasn't any more obvious enough, Elizabeth definitely does have the child downstairs. Or what's possibly left of him.
Yeah, I doubt it still exists.
Yeah, the child's dead.
It looks like most everything here's dead, one way or another.
Nice icon.
I'm gonna try to check under the pillows. Is there anything in there for any reason?
They're fine pillows. They're old, but there's nothing beneath them now.
Okay, but I'm gonna take the covers of the pillows
Okay.
Just for fun.
All right. They can be useful. The cloth
Yes.
is whole, doesn't have any rips through it or anything.
I will go ahead and grab the cloak or cape out of the chest, and I'll mage hand the key off of Elizabeth.
Probably save still a few of those dead now the worms wriggle off it as you take the rusted iron key. It is complex in design, seems to have been made to keep something very secure, forged by somebody who knows how to make keys, not just a simple knob but several on both sides. As far as the cloak goes, it looks like I can't share the image because it says its name right there. If an item requires attunement, yeah, we already discussed this. It needs identification. Yes, it's a blue cloak
Yeah.
with like golden accents. Yes.
Okay. Well, I mean, the cloak, does it seem... It seems magical, right?
Do you have to detect magic on you just to make sure?
I do not.
It seems magical, but you're not sure. There's no way to be 100% sure unless you attune to it,
Oh,
identify it, etc.
well, we'll deal with that
Mhm.
when we have some spare time. I can at least figure out if it's magic, but that's 10 minutes.
Hmm.
Rather not delay if we can. Well, I suppose important detail. This room has at least one secret door. We should probably check for more. I suppose the first place to check would be that wardrobe. If you want to move out of the way, I'll open the doors and see what's inside of it.
Inside a wardrobe, you find several old robes, a pair of iron candlesticks, and an open crate. It contains 30 torches and a leather sack, within which are like a dozen, perhaps more candles inside.
I want her to take these with us.
Probably
Never
not.
know.
I suppose the iron candlesticks probably aren't of much use, but the torches and candles,
If Savra was here, she'll take all of them.
light is useful, to say the least. 30 torches is quite a lot.
Does anyone else think that this looks like a start your own cult kit?
Oh, this isn't just start your own cult. This is a maintain your own cult. This cult was started a while ago. They have some substantial building in here. They found several rooms before this that had numerous beds for underlings.
Hmm.
But yes, this is
Well, I
definitely
mean,
very culty.
what would a cursed house be if it didn't have a secret cult hiding out in it?
Yeah. Well, yeah, secret cult in the basement. Strange chanting. Undead. Perfect things for a cursed house. Well, do you suppose we had one secret door in the wall? Do you think it's worth giving the other walls a quick investigation? Maybe just poke them a bit? Make sure we don't get jumped by another of whatever that is.
Sounds pretty wide.
Sure.
Her to check.
Up to two of you can roll me normal investigation rules as you just check the walls for any more such hollow alcoves. Up to two because like one rules and one can help and it's gonna be like pseudo advantage.
Sure.
Yeah.
Who wanna?
I will cast guidance on whoever's doing that.
I'm still injured for
Yeah,
the bite.
I suppose
so-
I'll start I'll put my hand against the wall and start kind of pushing on it as going around.
Sure. Just waiting for those rolls.
Okay,
I can do it.
investigation. So I will give myself guidance and investigation.
Well,
15 because of guidance.
With a 15, you manage to find a soft spot in the earth where the limestone seems to be not so secure and crumbles away. Fortunately, the alcove caving in is empty. It seems that whoever it was meant for, that person never made it here to this resting place.
Well then. Okay, so there was another secret door, but wasn't anything of concern. Well then. I don't think there was really anything else in here that needed to be checked. I will grab the bag of candles, though.
Sure, add those to your inventory.
Yeah.
Take at least 3 torches.
Sure. Let me know if you ignite any source of light. I'll put it on your token.
Okay.
Right. How does the party proceed from here?
Suppose I'll take lead again and head out this way. Ready to go through the direction of the chanting.
Indeed you do. As you proceed down that hall, the chanting grows louder and louder the more north you go. The stench of the recent slain ghoul still lays on the floor where you guys kind of pinned it against the wall and killed it.
Yeah.
Did we want to go down the stairs, or did we want to go back and maybe try to find the burial for
I think
Rose and Thorn?
go back and double check what we did with Rose and Thorns and see if there isn't anything better, because yeah, there was something, but it wasn't much. So yeah, I will make my way
Sure.
this way, because I believe this way keeps us away from. Oh dear.
careful.
Elias just looking down the corpse like, look.
Oh,
Yeah, I'll just be stepping over that.
I think
we're on the wrong side of that hole.
Elias, as you maneuver to this
Sounds
cross
like
section,
that hole.
more corpses lining the walls. To your north, you hear the distant but too close for comfort sound of some insectile chittering, as it was a scrape of many, many, many insectile legs upon the stone wall. Further north, there's like human bones, slimy and chewed upon, just strewn all over the floor. Your allies are to the west.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Okay.
do you feel capable of jumping, or should we go back? Oh no!
Samson,
Right.
to make me an dexterity
Yeah.
save.
I recall
Oh,
that.
Oh,
I
that's funny.
told you,
This is
I told you
funny.
about that. I told you about that.
Fortunately, learning from your previous mistakes, you manage to jump away as you feel the creak of the floorboards beneath you. You manage to step back. Aya already, I guess, like reaching her hand to grab you by the belt, to pull you back. As indeed,
Whoa!
another section of the trap floor crumbles away right beneath you, where
Okay.
Novak detected it before.
Okay.
Lad, I told you about that one.
Yeah.
That was
Well,
a second close one.
I suppose the question then is, do we want to try and get past our insectoid friend, or head up?
By the way, while exploring maps and not in combat, you're allowed to stock up on each other too, for vision's sake, if you want to see what's ahead. It's just like
Okay.
when combat starts, I'll be like, who's where kind of thing. Just, I know what it's like when people are like, I'm waiting for people to proceed down a 5-foot wide corridor. Like, you don't have to wait. You can just go.
Yeah. So I suppose the question is, do we want to try and walk past our insectoid friend again? Jump over this hole, or
Right.
head up and use the secret passage down to the other side of this hole in the basement.
Is the hole got spikes in that? Can't remember.
Both trap pits are 10 foot, like a whole story down with spikes, and like they seem to have like old bones from previous victims and unfortunates who couldn't get out. Yes.
This fall was pretty hard for you. If anyone
Yeah.
fails, it's gonna be painful.
I don't want to jump this hole. That was
Scarring.
very painful.
And or the insect didn't bother us, so why don't try his way?
The problem is with the insect is it was just attacked by one of those things over there, and he just points at the thing in the far corner. So it's going to be completely on guard.
All the while Novrg is speaking, you hear the very distant sound of chewing as mandibles break apart bone and flesh.
Well, perhaps he's busy and we can maybe try to sneak by.
If I remember correctly, there's like little gaps that could be walked across at the edge here, right?
Yes, there's about a heel wide, like half your foot wide gaps on either end, and there's a beam 5 feet ahead between the two traps where like the wooden beam floor is pretty much set that can be jumped to, perhaps using some acrobatics and kind of maneuver through.
Okay.
Well, if we hear munching from up there, do you think we throw another one of the... try and offer one of the ghoul's corpses to the insect for passage?
That's an idea. I'm gonna grab this ghoul by the foot. Okay.
Who by the foot?
The ghoul.
Sure. You grab the ghoul body by the foot, yeah.
Yeah. So.
I will slowly make my way up to this doorway, and I will just kind of look in to try and see where our insectoid friend is.
Casting light around at this cultist dining hall. You do not see her. The matron is not anywhere on the ceiling or anything, but the chewing noise can be heard from the east, from the hole in the wall.
Okay, well, I will step. I will go ahead and grab the ghoul's leg from the air and say, let's do this, and walk kind of in, and then in again, and I will use telekinetic shove to try and shove the ghoul's corpse to like over here.
Roll me stealth just for the sake of it, and you don't have to roll for the shove, as you indeed toss the ghoul corpse toward the hole. Even with your heavy armor, you manage to avoid stepping on any of the bones and drawing attention. And as the corpse sails through the air and lands tumbling toward the hole, immediately this thing comes out, clutches it in its jaws, and drags it back with the insectile. As it drags it back, the corpse just disappears into the hole and away. And you hear more crunching of bone and flesh.
They move now. Well, it's distracted.
And I will say, we'll go this way. Back to the way we... Actually, no. The way we didn't go before. So I'll go...
This way.
up.
No, that way. Panicking.
Yes, I do... Samson does kind of...
180 into AI.
Go. This way. Okay.
Alright. Elias, what are you doing all the while? Okay. I was going to ask if you just sprint through or observe.
Yeah, just sprint. Well, hobbling through.
Hobble-goblin. Several crypts have been hewn from the earth here, each crypt sealed with a heavy stone slab. You guys pass by an intersection. To either side of you, there are two crypts to either side. Where do you go?
I'll start left.
Sure. Heading toward the west, you come upon two of these tombs. Let me just... The stone slab to your right, Samson, is etched with the name Rosavelda Dhurst. The stone slab etched on the other side is Thurnbolt Dhurst.
Suppose we were right. This This is probably a better spot for them than where we laid them. Suppose let's open these two first, and then we'll go retrieve their bones and bring them here.
Right, so they can finally rest in peace. Maybe try to be rid of this place.
All right. Then I
Do you
will.
want to help me with this, opening this?
Sure. I will
It took two of us
cast.
last time.
Oh. Well,
I will guidance
If it's,
myself with this if I.
What is Elias casting?
oh, I was going to cast guidance as well. But if he's got himself, then
I always laugh at guidance on yourself. It's like, what do you tell yourself to be like? Yeah, I can do this.
Motivation.
I kind of envision it as like saying a quick prayer for strength from your god or something like that.
Which is, I know Samsung's.
Elias, out of character, are you a cleric?
Yes.
Oh, cool.
Would your character be able to look at Elias and see that he's a cleric? Like, are you wearing like vestments, Elias?
Not vestments, but I'm wearing kind of clerical robes, like underneath my armor.
Explain to me the difference between vestments and clerical robes, boy.
Vestments usually have like decorations on them.
Okay.
And they don't necessarily cover the entire body like robes do.
Okay.
All right. It's gonna be a DC 15 athletics check to try and lift these. Either with that guidance. Just those slabs. Samson, you do
Let
lift.
me-
Again, you feel like with guidance, even with guidance, you need a little help.
Let me hand you a crowbar.
Even with advantage, Samson needs help.
Okay. This is why I put faith in my. This is why I put faith in my magic, not
Should I help
my
him
muscles.
or anyone
Yes.
else want to volunteer?
Well, you probably don't want my help.
Yeah, look.
Okay.
We did this last time.
Okay,
I
let
like
me
to
try.
see like green flesh drooping.
Again, Aya gives you a helping hand, crowbar in hand. You guys manage to grind the slab out of place as it crashes to the ground at the entrance. Before you is a coffin atop a stone dais.
Okay. Well, what do you say we open the other one and then
Yeah,
go
Elias,
through
I'm just
their
waiting
bones
for
and put them-
athletics rule, really. It's an athletics rule to try and open the stone slab. Elias, if you mind rolling that.
Oh.
for me. Yes. First rule of
Alright.
character, make an impression.
It'll be an impression, all right. What the hell?
That's perfect.
You see, when you pray to your god, everything is possible.
You managed to find a little
I
crevice
didn't even-
for your goblin
I
fingers.
think guidance that.
Yeah, 17 does it. Again, before you is a coffin atop a stone dais. Seems to be shaped and sized for an adult.
Well, yeah. Suppose we should probably go get Rose and Thorn.
Yeah, just say before we do that, Novar's just going to look for any traps in the immediate area that they're about to walk.
What's your passive perception?
Thank you.
You're actively doing this. Roll me perception.
Nice.
If it beats your passive perception, you can take that. Yeah, that definitely beats your passive perception. Yeah, you're actively looking for traps all the while. Okay.
Okay, so which way we going, straight, or which way is it?
Well, assuming you guys are gonna simply retrieve the bones where you last put them, I'm gonna say
Yes.
who has sirens going in the background? Rude. I'm
Who has
gonna
what?
say that I'm still using your previous rules to be pretty much the exact same. You're gonna pair up and open those crypts, find the bones where you last left them. Indeed.
Just think of the sirens as a terrible ghostly wail.
I didn't do it.
Hi.
Here's the
Sorry,
archery
Strahd.
is the land.
I didn't do it.
You'll never take me alive, coppers.
So with
Yeah.
that, I'll go ahead and pick up Rose's bones.
Sure. Kind of collecting them in your hands like they're logs in a pile. Skull on top.
You can use the pillows and some if you want. The pillow covers.
Somewhat. I'll use I'll kind of use my shield to help me carry the load a little bit.
Hey, you can use
It's
the
kind of a
pillows to gather
platform.
the other corpse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I will make my way back, and Rose was this one, right?
Sure.
Okay. We'll go ahead and put the bones next to.
I have a question.
Yes.
If I use Traumatology on these doors, do they open? Just
So,
for free.
stone slabs are a little bit too heavy for Thaumaturgy to swing, but if you were to use them like wooden tavern doors or windows, or the house's windows, they'll work. Unfortunately, the stone slabs are too heavy for Thaumaturgy, but you can do other stuff to the stone slabs, like make them like reverberate or like make sounds emanate from them, or...
Okay. Just making sure.
Oh. Someone want to help me open this coffin?
Let me try.
Yeah.
Do we need to roll anything or?
No, easily.
Yeah.
The coffin opens. It's meant to be opened. It's a simple wooden coffin. Seems to have a very familiar handcraft to it. You might just know who made this coffin too. But yeah, actually no, what the fuck am I talking about? This is years ago. Yes. It's a wooden coffin. Anyway, you open it. I'm sorry, I'm just...
Yeah.
How much lore can I shove into this one, into opening a coffin? Yeah.
Okay, I open it.
You
Samson,
open the coffin.
put
It's your
that
dad. Like,
Yes.
yes.
Yes. I suppose last time we opened wooden crates, or I suppose the
Yeah,
just
thankfully no vampire spawn this time.
Yes, and thankfully we're safe. I'll go ahead and put Rose's bones in there, trying to arrange them at least somewhat correctly.
This time when you do it, it feels different. While last time it was very touching, the way you did the prayer and everything, you do this time, putting the bones and putting the body to peace, you feel inspired. Go ahead and mark inspiration on your sheet if you don't already have it.
Yay!
Yay. I'm assuming the same thing with Thorn's body, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, let's get the body in.
Is Samson okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think he's praying.
Yeah.
Right. I only had roses. I had grabbed thorns.
Yeah, I sing a pillow.
We didn't want to. I didn't want to try and carry both at the same time. That seemed
Just put a pillowcase.
not practical.
Just put a pillowcase in the coffin.
Yeah, I open it and I do exactly that. I put the pillowcase in the coffin,
Yeah.
full of bones.
Clickety clack go the bones as you put it into the coffin. Same with you, inspiration for finally putting the two children to rest. But alas, there is the third.
Walter.
Yes.
But
I am-
did we have his bones? No, we haven't,
We-
right?
His body's upstairs. I did some last rites to it, but his crypt was. I'll walk back over to here because his crypt was this one, wasn't it? Right, this was. This
Yes,
one was
indeed.
labeled Walter.
That one has the name Walter Dhurst etched into the stone slab. Which begs the question, why did you bury his brother in it?
We were panicking.
Yeah.
We can come back for his bones later, I guess. Or you wanna go for them now?
Well, you have Walter's bones upstairs in the nursery. Suppose
Or only one person can go and retrieve it. Because the split in the party.
Split that party.
Never.
That always works so good for you guys.
It's never a bad idea.
Don't you know we can never split the party?
Yeah. So I suppose let's spend a couple minutes, head upstairs, grab Walter's body and inter it here.
Who's heading up?
Give him rest as well.
I'll join you,
Samson
Samson.
will definitely
Yeah. Oh yeah.
go. Say if I
Well, I'll go.
Yeah.
Yeah. We will.
For expediency's sake, I'm going to say this. As you venture up, you ascend up the spiraling staircase. Do you guys want me to load the map for this, or just
No.
fast
If
forward?
nothing-
If we can, I mean, if it can be expedited, and
Sure.
Yeah, we can theater of the mind it. I make my way fairly.
Ascending up
quickly
the spiraling
to-
marble staircases to the third floor, you make your way to the nurse maid's suite and to the nursery beyond, and find yourselves once again before that cradle with a black cloth draped over it.
I will. Is the cradle something that's I could pick up, or
The
Is
whole
it-
cradle
is it
is on
crib or a
four legs
holder?
on the floor. It is quite a large
Okay.
thing, but you can pick it up and
Okay.
carry it. Yeah.
it's not like a holder or a
No,
carry
it's
basket,
literally a
like
cradle.
crib.
It's like a
Okay, I will.
baby cage.
Yeah, I will go ahead and pick up Walter's body.
You part the black cloth and look down toward the bundle of cloth at the cradle. Picking it up, it is much lighter than you expected.
Oh no. I'll start unwrapping the bundle.
Fearing for the worst, you start unwrapping the bundle. Expecting to see the gaunt face of a dead baby, you are relieved to find the cloth is empty. Relieved? Or is this
Did
worse?
not Elizabeth say
yeah, Elizabeth. Yeah.
that the
Yeah,
baby
I was-
was underground or downstairs?
She did. I was hoping that the nursemaid was right. Would have been so much nicer. Well then, I suppose we.
Is Samson disappointed
First
because he didn't find that baby?
I,
I can make a change, Martin, if you really want me to.
I was.
Don't
hoping
you
the
just hate it when
nursemaid
you open a bundle and there's not a dead
You
baby
unwrap a
inside?
gift and there's no dead baby. God.
Yeah.
Well, I guess
then-
we better head downstairs. then.
Easily, because from
Yep.
there, from the nursery, it's a path down to literally where you guys are
I-
standing.
I will pause for 1 second. The doorway to the where Rose and Thorn were locked in. I'll take the key and just quickly check if that's the same key to that lock or if it's a different. The key from Elizabeth.
Are you talking about the door where you found the skeletons originally? No, you
Yes.
had the right key. And compared the two, there are two different keys. In fact, the one that you just got is much larger.
Okay.
Like, it's like
Yeah.
iron cast and rusted. And
Yeah,
looks
I,
like,
I would just kind of do a quick check of okay, nope, it's not that key.
it's not like a
not
house
that
key.
one.
It's like a major key.
It's a big lock. Okay,
Yeah.
well, head back down then.
Okay. You find yourself back in the depths of Dhurst House. Back in the darkness. Light lasts for like an hour, yeah?
Yeah, and I'll re-up it.
Okay. Alright, aside from that, there's only one set of crypts you guys have not visited yet.
Yes. Let's do.
Upon
wanna
these...
Crack them babies open.
Yeah, upon these, the names Gustav Durst and Elizabeth Durst are etched. Gustav's is the one to the north, it's this one. Elizabeth Durst is this one. I'm gonna say, for the sake of this, I'll use the previous rules to open them.
Okay. I'm gonna open the Elizabeth one.
Sure. As you opened Elizabeth Durst's place of rest, you look inside. The stone slab is etched with the name Elizabeth Durst. The crypt contains a stone bier with a coffin top of it. Mounds of gold coins are scattered around the coffin. Placed there, perhaps as tribute and testimony to the family's wealth. We're talking
That's
Everyone
the
starts
thing.
moving real
That's the
close
thing.
to it.
Something's
Yeah,
weird
remember
feels.
That's
I
one
wanna.
of the things that we cared about. That was the Vistani fortune telling.
I'll turn you up, Samson. You're a little bit quiet.
Oh, sorry. I was turning away from my ear or from my mic. That was one of the things the fortune telling. Card tales of knowledge help you better understand your enemy. The thing you seek lies with the dead under mountains of gold coins. Do you think this is it?
Yeah.
If that's what was your fortune, it sounds very close.
That was one of the fortunes we received. Suppose you open it?
Oh, wait.
Before
look.
I.
No,
Yeah.
before you open that. Yeah, look. Nova just points out the little worms are around the underneath side of the coffin.
Now pointing it out, you see it below the mounds of gold. But just below the surface, same green wriggling worms.
Ah,
Okay.
good eye.
Does it feel like it's hollow, the place? I'm trying to use Divine Sense. Or Desecrated.
Yeah, it feels desecrated if you're using Divine Sense. There are no undead within sight, other than the very minor aura still coming off Samson from being touched by undeath. And Dampiers are alive, so no undeath from Dampiers, as weird as that is.
Okay.
Well, they're
So-
worms.
Traces
You
of
want me
maybe,
to do the same blast, try and burn them away that I did before?
if you're using a cantrip, that can be easily done. Just purge away.
Yeah, I'll just start blasting with my word of radiance to just kind of try and burn away all of the worms.
While he's doing that, I wanna take 10 minutes to do Unseen Servant.
Sure. As you spend 10 minutes ritual casting that, you just hear, I love it, a word of radiance, you're just cursing these worms to death.
I curse you.
Sort of, but
Yeah. You flavor it however you want, I'm just, without flavoring, that's what I imagine.
Yeah. I mean, it's fairly accurate.
Vicious mockery of these
Alright.
worms.
Well, since we're taking like 10 minutes of downtime, can I piggyback on that and
Yeah.
like try to identify the cloak?
It usually takes an hour. Roll me Arcana with advantage, and hit like 15, and I'll be like, something connects, and it's a pretty simple item. Yeah, easily. Like, it's in character for you to like recognize such things. Taking that time, you recognize the cloak indeed to be that of protection. Requires attunement. +1 to AC and saving throws. Attunement does require an hour, however.
Right.
So after Samsung is killing those maggots, do you open it, Samsung, or do anything
Samson,
to
as
it?
you kill the worms, you get a look at the coins. The Pledgeness coins are genuine. You count about 200, 250 coins altogether. All gold.
Well, I suppose this will be useful to take at least.
I mean, I've heard they pay in the ferryman, but that's kind of taking the piss.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
I wanna desecrate the tomb because Elizabeth's body is not there. Does anyone have a problem with that?
Wait, what was it?
To open the the tomb? Sorry, how do you say the box?
Of course, we're opening it.
Yeah.
She was heavily involved in whatever cursed this house. Hopefully, there's some clue in her coffin.
But I feel like it may be coarse or something. So let me try to open it with my shadow. Okay? And
Okay.
I'm gonna put my unseen servant to try to open it, if it's possible.
Hoof prints on the earth make the way toward the coffin. The lid lifting as if on its own and being placed on the side. More dead worms, the remnants, kind of slack away. Within, amid the refuse and dead worms, is but a single tome. No body, because obviously the body's in the other room. The tome looks like this. It bears an iron crest upon its cover, shaped like a raven with bearing a castle Ravenloft in the background atop its stone pillar. The crest of House von Zarovich.
Okay, my servant is gonna pick it.
The book lifts into the air as if on its own volition. The book looks like this.
And he's gonna open it now.
The book opens, its pages ruffled. You note some of the parchment pages are the color of cream, thick and substantial, made of to last many years, many lifetimes. Other pages are thin and desiccated, positively yellow from age, and crackle alarmingly as you watch the servant turn them over. There are no ornate illumination, no fussy borders, only lines of plain text in hard black ink. The flowing handwriting is a bit difficult to follow at first. The writer's style is of a calligraphy that has not been in common use for years. There's no table of contents, but from the dates it looks to be some kind of history. There you turn to the first page.
Well, as much as I think we'd all be quite interested in reading this, don't think necessarily here is the best
The
place
right
to do
place.
so. Also,
I
given
agree.
its outer appearance, it might be best not to show this when we leave. At least not to those we don't know.
Is one person's opinion. What about the rest of the group?
I would actually agree with that mob outside. If they were to walk out with that underneath our hand, I'm sure we'd catch a scornful look, possibly.
Like Moses with the fucking plates.
Yeah. Either we're gonna part the sea of people, or we're gonna get pitchforked or something.
I don't think we will get pitchfork.
Speak for yourself.
I imagine we will receive a invitation when we leave. After all, if you're in charge of a town and some stray band of adventurers go in and then leave a house known for killing said adventurers, perhaps they're worth your time. But I think it's best that we put this in a bag and then read it once we're back either at the church or the inn.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would agree.
So
It obviously had some kind of purpose here. So if anyone else who has any ties to this place or any other house, any other cult members, if they were to see us carry this, we would automatically just be under attack, possibly.
same with the other books we found in this area. They're not ones that we necessarily want the general populace to have. After all, there's no point in spawning more cultists.
I wanna try to open this tomb now.
You cannot.
Gustav's.
It is locked with a very intricate, old, ancient, but intricate and working lock.
This is strange. Why is there a lock in a tomb?
Because you want to keep something.
How the fuck did I describe its inside and forgot to block it? I'm gonna say, fuck, whatever.
It is
Belay
the
that.
lock
There's no
iron?
lock. It's fine. There's no lock. Yeah.
I was
sorry.
about to say, could I try an AB?
No,
I was gonna hold
No,
up.
there's no lock.
the key.
I need to take that back because I already described what's inside. Sorry. Yeah,
Okay.
you want to open it to the first page, or what were you?
You know,
Yeah.
I was talking the tomb. Not
Oh,
the
okay.
book.
Sorry. Yeah. Sorry. And now there's no
I
lock on
was
the
gonna
dome.
It's gonna go like, ooh, giant key.
Yeah, I was on that, on the key, the
This.
special key. Like, we found it.
This is fine. All right. House on fire. I mean, you open it. It's Gustav Dhurst's coffin before you, and should you dare open the coffin, even with no work investigation for traps, there's no traps. The coffin is empty.
Yeah, I imagine that. I just want to make sure that if Elizabeth really put him here.
You know where the corpse is.
His body's upstairs in the master bedroom. Suppose it's probably worth a trip up to bring his body down. After all, putting people to rest does something with this curse. Hopefully Rosenthorn are...
Samson seems to hit the nail with this. It is 7:45. I'm going to take a 5-minute break. Before I go, I'm going to ask real quick. Elias, you being new to the party, what is going through Elias's mind right now?
Well, he's very interested in the book. He likes reading. He's trying to piece together and make sense of everything that's going on. Mainly, he's kind of picked up on this zombie lady who apparently had this her husband, lover, somebody had a son, and he's just like, so is this the baby that we're looking for, or that we were
So-
disappointed we didn't find in the
As you're pondering all this, there is a sort of visual confusion upon your face that perhaps the party noticing can kind of fill the gaps as I go to the washroom real quick. I'll see you guys in 5
Yeah,
minutes.
I was gonna say, can we say like we find Elias at the beginning of the rest, so we can?
You can discuss
Well,
right now
well,
if you
we can do it right now.
It's not even Elias. We're talking about like Minus here. He doesn't quite know what's going on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
That's
you
why
guys can
I
take
wanna
the time. I'll be back.
Okay, perfect. So, go
Before
ahead.
back to the
Sam.
jump, I suppose we can just start in this house. So we
You have
we came
questions?
here- Yeah, we
To
came
begin
to
with?
this house after hearing that this is a place that we could potentially find something to aid us in our quest to rescue a friend of ours, Irina.
Look.
So
Okay.
when we arrived here, we met the ghosts of Rose and Thorn, the two children who we just interred. They said there was a monster down in the basement and that their little brother was upstairs.
I'll be back in a
Um,
moment.
Yeah,
Sure.
it sounds like, as far as we can tell, this house has been abandoned for quite some time, locked in this half-alive state. upon investigating, we found the ghost of the nursemaid of Walter, who had been killed in some type of ritual by the lady of the house. We also found Gustav Durst's body in the master bedroom, along with a suicide note, as he realized that he and his wife were getting too far into this cult that you've seen some of the bits of, realizing the almost, it's getting well over their heads. The children, Rose and Thorn, died of starvation when Elizabeth had locked them in their room, as she normally did when going to deal with cult business in the basement, and never returned.
Before coming here, to Belaki, we took a mission to escort our friend Irina, and we did it pretty well. But on our second night in Belaki, someone stole the bones that keep the town safe.
And we, in our effort to retrieve the item that was stolen, we were massively overwhelmed, and Irina gave herself up so that we wouldn't be slaughtered. We're now trying to find some way to get her back.
Okay. I think I've got a general understanding.
Sorry about that.
Creatures here are not easy to put down. They require less items or silver items. So we got a tip that in here we could find items like that. That's why we're here.
Okay.
And at midnight today, the person who took Irina, or responsible for taking her, is coming back for one person at town, and we are planning to ambush him or trap her. Really. I think Nick didn't know that either, right? Or did you knew that, Nadia?
About Irene, or your
Yeah.
friend? No,
Yeah.
I picked up small bits from the session before, some notes, and then a couple other things. But now it's laid out clear.
Okay. Yeah. Sorry about that.
Oh no, it's a lot to throw to anyone who's new or 1 or 2 sessions in.
Yeah,
but no, it's
good.
good.
There should be a at least rough outline of things in the RP chat.
Okay. Gotcha.
Well, I suppose as bad as he was, he had some redeeming features. We should probably go fetch Gustav's body and lay him to rest in his crypt.
And maybe Elizabeth's body too.
Perhaps.
Easily done. Such activities don't require any rolls, and there's not really much in your way now that you've cleared the house of most threats. Retrieving both bodies can be done within the next 10 minutes, putting them to rest within their coffins.
Perfect.
Yeah,
I'm gonna light a candle in each tomb, okay? Including the babies.
Wholesome. I like it.
Well then, I suppose the only place we really have left in this house, which still seems to be cursed, is down the other direction of the hallway with the traps. Suppose we
How
should
is-
probably head that way.
Everyone is feeling good, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm still feeling all right.
How about yourself? You got hit fairly well by.
Yeah, but I think the blessing of Selun was helping me. The temporary hit points, so
Yes.
it
Okay,
really
then.
helped.
I will walk to here and kind of peer over to and peer into the room and try and see where our insectoid friend is.
Still, you can hear it even after all this time. It's still feeding or crawling within its hole, looking about. You don't see it on the ceiling and floor, or just the eggs and webbed in their mucousy and webbment quivering.
So I'll say, suppose let's do this a little bit quickly and kind of just quickly and with direct purpose walk my way across the room.
Can I get a group? Let's have it stuff at this point. Just do like athletics to see how fast you can sprint across. As soon as as Samson's light hits the room and it begins sprinting, a shape, gargantuan, crawls from the hole. All of you manage to get your way through because it's one after the other. You have to shove yourself into the corridor beyond. Novark, you catch the worst of it as the creature manages to snap its maw forward and just barely graze you in the foot. Nothing major, just let's even see if it lands.
No. Oh no, that's wrong. No, it's not. It's wrong. Yeah.
23.
Yes.
Manages to graze your ankle but just not enough to drag you back as you take 6 piercing damage. It hisses angrily as you get out of its range. It seems that it's keen to stay near to its eggs again as you maneuver onto the other side of the room.
Ah, fuck.
Everyone okay?
It just fucking got me. I'm fine. Fuck.
Hoping it would still be occupied. Suppose we took a little bit too long.
Yeah.
Oh well. I think I can't remember our way around in this place.
I think I have an idea.
An idea.
We can grab the tables and put them here so we can pass through them if we decide to come back, so we don't have to face it.
I suppose that would work. The other one I was thinking is if we go this way, that'll bring us to the statue of Strahd and the door and the secret door up. That
Even better.
So.
Do you take the time to put wooden planks over holes?
Not
I'd
now.
say
I
we
think.
just go
We
down.
won't need to. We won't need to.
All right. Fair enough.
Yeah.
Where are we at then? We are.
It goes further down.
Yes.
Okay then.
Oh.
Ready?
Yeah.
Descending down the steps, about 60 feet down goes before you are met with a gate. This ornate gate, 5 feet across and as high from floor to ceiling, has a central locking mechanism to it. Huge. The opening seems to fit the key in Samson's possession. It's shaped like a skull with its mouth open, and that's where the key is inserted.
Okay then. In we go, and I'll mage hand the key over to the lock, insert it, and turn the key.
You start to turn the key and find yourselves over yonder. Just going over to where we are at. Okay. The ghostly chant emanating from this area fills the entire room. You can clearly discern the words now. It is unmistakably, he is the ancient, he is the land. As you turn the corner, stepping around and looking, those who dare,
Yeah.
you see a chamber. It is amassed with several relics used by the cult in the rituals. They're all stored in niches along the walls.
Let's go.
I just step to here, and I will just spend a quick second looking in at the ceiling, make sure we don't have anyone like our friend upstairs.
Man, I really got paranoid about ceilings, didn't I?
Yeah.
Ceilings are good.
That guy's scary.
Yeah,
Have you heard about,
mission complete. All right, no, ceiling is safe. Although you do notice, as you kind of descend below, that there are cracks along the ceiling. This place, well, hewn from stone, even with the support beams, it looks like it can collapse if somebody were to, like, I don't know, cast a fireball or something like that.
Yeah,
Did you say firebolt or fireball?
Fireball. If somebody were to, like,
Oh,
explode the place, it will easily collapse and cave in.
gotcha.
Yes.
well, be a little bit careful not to break this place down.
Sure.
And I will step my way into the room.
Sure. Looking around, there are many, many objects. I can describe them one at a time if you'd like. Just stop me
Yes,
if
please.
anything piques your interest. In one alcove is a small, mummified yellow hand with sharp claws. Disturbingly, the hobgoblin among you recognizes it to be a goblin's hand. It is on a loop of rope.
Oh no, they got Frank. No.
There's a large, white wing feather. Larger than any bird you've ever seen. It is a good 4 feet in length. Seems to catch the light and glimmer with like rainbow colors. There's a dagger with a rat skull set into the pommel. A fine piece of, albeit barbaric, craftsmanship. Something like Savra would drool all over. There's an 8-inch diameter varnished orb made from some creature's eye. It is quite large, 8 inches across, with a huge pupil at its center. Seems to have like been varnished over. A small chunk of amber resin that exudes this evil aura as you approach it. Your skin kind of has goosebumps as you draw close toward the thing. Samson, disturbingly enough, you recognize the material from which this chunk of amber is made from.
I will go ahead and mage hand that up towards me,
Sure thing.
unable to resist.
It has a sort of distant whisper to it as it draws closer to you. And for a debris flicker as it catches the light funny, you swear you just saw a slitted eye stare back, but then it's gone.
I will, without touching it, I will put it in one of my belt pouches and seal that pouch.
As it disappears into the darkness of the pouch, you look down. You see within it a cluster of stars, celestial bodies in a void, and then you close the satchel and it's gone. There,
That's a point of interest to me.
among the other items is a folded cloak made from what looks like stitched ghoul skin. There are severed raven talons on another alcove, a bag full of what smells and looks like bat guano. Severed...
Coffee.
Gross. There is a severed finger. It looks like a woman's finger. It is way too long for a human, though. There's a 6-inch tall wooden figurine of a black knight bearing the emblem of a rose. An iron pendant adorned with a devil's face. A cracked egg containing what looks to be the remains of an infant skeletal dragon.
So, the iron pendant with the devil's face on it,
Yes.
does it look in particular, like anything Elias would know?
Upon the devil's forehead are 3 triangles, one over to each direction. The emblem of Asmodeus.
Oh, shit. He will not say anything then.
Okay. Lastly, beside the egg, is a small wooden coffer containing what looks to be a dire wolf's withered tongue. I'll post those in chat one by one so we can just kind of come back to that
Thank
if they're relevant.
All of these things, what are they? Artifacts? Trophies?
So, do we want to spend a little bit of time here, set up some type of defense while I try and figure out what, if any, of these are magical?
You've already grabbed one. For what reason?
It spoke to me. Something about it. It ties in with some things that I've seen, read in books. The runes on my hand are tied to someone, tied to Sudun, who has some ties to Amber. I was curious. I was going to search into it a little bit more, and we were safe.
Well, we gotta be careful taking anything from this place. We have no idea what lies in it. Curses, ill doings, omens, anything. Just be careful.
I don't think my little piece of amber is cursed beyond what I already have.
Hey, as you look over to the south, past what looks to be some submerged portcullis, you see this view.
Cool.
It's not flooded, right?
It is flooded.
Or-
There's about 2 inches of
Yeah,
water
flooded.
as the chamber proceeds downwards. Past the portcullis before you.
So, those folks, do we want to spend a minute here, or 10 minutes here for me to try and figure out what, if any, of these are magical?
I could always try. Wouldn't hurt.
Okay, I will kind of stand in the center and start ritual casting Detect Magic.
Sure
And
thing.
you guys just keep some type of watch on this, make sure we're not caught by surprise.
The amassed relics in his chamber used in the ritual seem to be mostly mundane, grim in their nature, but something does catch your spell. A trace of divinity from the feather. Some
Feather is
celestial
interesting.
nature,
It might be.
like from a winged celestial creature.
Yes.
Could I make some kind of check to see if I recognize what kind of creature the finger might have belonged to?
Sure, roll me like a nature check or a medicine check, your pick.
Okay.
Or even history if you can explain how that would apply. It's really up to you to say what your character is doing.
I think I'm just trying to identify like the species or
Sure.
something, so I'll do nature.
With a 13, you can definitely tell it's not human. It is, in fact, not even humanoid per se, because this can belong to any creature with such features, be they fey, be they whatever. Kind of putting 2 and 2 together, this looks to be like a hag's finger. It's aged elderly, ancient, elongated with a talon ending to it.
Well, you said the feather was 4 foot long, about?
Yeah, 4 foot far, with still over its ruffle and plumage on it, yes. And it seems to be shining iridescent, catching light kind of like a pearl.
Perhaps it's of a fallen angel or something, or some different other creature. Would there be anything like lore-wise that would be something of that size to match like a religious scripture, like whether if it was to be like an archangel or anything of
There
that
are
type?
plenty of celestial winged creatures, anything from angels, planners, devas, to servants of
Okay.
gods, to Pegasi even, or I'm not sure how much of that the character witnessed in person, but from books, yeah, definitely you'll be able to recall such creatures. Just like you and I know what angels are.
Yeah.
Well, that's got at least... That's the only thing here that seems to have any magic to it. So...
Well, for the time being, probably just put it in one of our bags. And we can.
It's a little bit
Look
big to
on
fit
it.
in a bag, though.
Oh, that's right. It's like 4 foot.
So... Yeah. I suppose I'll go to pick it up. How heavy is it?
It's super light. Barely has any weight to it.
Light.
Concentration up to
Yeah.
10 minutes, 30 feet.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so I would have caught everything.
Detect
I would have
magic
taken-
requires vision? No.
It doesn't, but it
Any visible
does
creature or
to
object.
some extent.
Any visible creature or
Like-
object. But okay,
Right.
yeah, I have
The spell can penetrate most barriers, but it's blocked by 1 foot of stone,
1 foot of stone.
1 inch of common metals, or that.
Yep.
I will have definitely taken a. When I did that, I will take a glance at my pouch that I put the amber in, as well. Just double checking on that, seeing if it's just something that I had felt, or if there's something more real to what I had seen.
Magic-wise, I'm gonna say while there's not a spell cast upon it, you can tell that it has been used as a spell focus. Magic has transferred through it
Yeah.
at one point. Yes.
Yeah. Well, I suppose I'll hold on to the feather for a little bit. Well,
So, sorry, could I make some check to see if I recognized if any of these items are particularly useful as components of spells?
So you would automatically know Balguano is a very common reagent in Firebolt. For those who use reagents. There are, I don't believe there are any components here that are like rubies where like, oh, this item costs gold and it will be consumed and or used in the spell. Per se. I don't think so from the items I listed.
Right. I mean, I guess you could use the pendant as a clerical symbol, but
Yeah, that's along that line. None of these items are like cost gold as a requirement for a spell. They can be used to channel and stuff, and probably were used by the ritual.
well, I suppose the question is, do we simply leave these and move on, or do we say these were used in the ritual and should be destroyed? And that destroying them may undo. I suppose they probably wouldn't undo whatever's cursing this house.
Maybe for the time being, we could leave them here, and then if we find out what the cause of all this, venture back in, or just either level the place. I'm sure these items have some history kind of behind them, but
Yes.
may not be
Probably.
the best.
Probably not the best time to deal with them. I will, however, carry the feather kind of like a sword in my hand.
Okay.
I'll drop it immediately if anything actually happens, but it's an interesting thing and maybe interesting.
I wanted to ask, the chanting is coming from the hallway to the left, or
The
this...
chanting is coming directly before you past the portcullis.
Okay. So, should we get a move on?
Probably. I suppose I'll take 1 second if I see the portcullis, and I'll step to the portcullis and kind of look through to try and get maximal range on my detect magic. I'm assuming I detect something in that general room, but nothing pointed. Or
Necromancy.
necromancy. Well, that definitely is a place that could have caused this.
I
the
love
question
detect
is-
magic and curse Strahd. You detect necromancy. No shit. Welcome to the fucking realm of friend.
Yes, it's like
Necrotic
necromancy.
damage? Get out of here.
Is this place desecrated? This
Necromancy
entire land is
everywhere.
desecrated, buddy. Like, you
Yes. Everywhere is cursed.
need some dude's bones to just make a church normal. Yeah.
Yes.
Anyways, yeah.
So I suppose the question is, do we go through the portcullis or do we go down the path? My concern is if we go down the portcullis, we potentially get locked without an exit. I suppose the same could happen down the path, but portcullis is designed to keep something from passing through. If we open it, go through, and someone closes it on us, we're now stuck until we open it again.
I think
can
once
check.
we're... Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say, we can check the other room. If there is nothing, we can come back.
Yeah, once we go through that portcullis gate, I think that's about it. We're going to be going on a one-way path then.
Probably.
You feel the
Oh,
passive sensation of a auto-save point.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was like,
Yes.
boss room.
You find a whole bunch
Yes,
of healing potions by the entrance. Huh, weird.
Save,
I'm
quick save.
sensing there's this little, like in old games, you have this little save point just sitting next to this door. And it's
Every
like,
single
oh.
alcove in this room contains a healing potion or ammo.
Yeah, you know some shit's going down.
Yeah, so
With Samson taking point, you begin to get a ping sensation from further down the chamber. I mean, you have to keep going, but it's intensifying as you keep going. I don't even fucking know what kind of magic this would be, but it is magical. It is magical, like you would recognize nothing out of the ordinary. I just don't not sure what school of magic it would be. Not necromancy.
Yeah. well, there's more,
Conjuration, I want to say. Yeah.
yeah, there's more power coming from this way.
As you look down,
I will.
yeah, you see like a corridor that stretches for several feet with alcoves on either side, and each alcove has a set of iron shackles where perhaps prisoners were once held. It is hard to be certain whether these prisoners ever escaped or if they have met their end. However, you can see, especially since you're casting light, at the far end of this room is a human skeleton clad in tattered robes that lays dead. And reflecting off your shield's light is a golden glint upon one of his bony fingers, from where you can kind of detect the source of magic.
Watch for traps.
I'm still using that 21 as your passively.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, I will kind of slowly make my way down, being careful as we go past each alcove to kind of look into them
Sure.
before I step into across.
Are you looking for anything specific in the alcoves?
Just anything that would jump at us.
Okay. One by one, you're ready to find them empty.
Yeah.
All
Eh,
empty.
Do they have
They
like
mi-
any? I was gonna say, do the clamps or anything? Do they have like any kind of? Are they just standard like iron chains, or is there anything like special on them? Like any?
Standard city forged chains survive over the years. The shackle is locked in place and seem to use a uniform key to open each.
All right.
Well then, I'll take
Or
a
it can be
quick
lockpicked.
glance into these and just see. Oh, okay, these are just slightly differently shaped cells. Or places to hold people. And I will approach the body.
What does everybody else do in the meantime? Just giving everybody a chance to kind of.
Yeah.
In the meantime, I'm just looking around and noticing it's kind of a tight space. You know, a little claustrophobic.
Welcome to my dungeons.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
And a laser beam works itself down the hallway and kills all of you guys in one shot.
Oh, yeah, I'm-
It's like Resident Evil.
Fucking
Next save, jumps out of the alcove.
Looking at the skeleton, it looks to belong to a cult member. He's dressed in similar robes. The design is slightly darker, but perhaps it kind of darkened over the time it lay here. Beneath the robes is a skeleton, and searching it, you find a gold ring on one of his on two of his bony fingers. It's kind of a ring that seems to loop around both fingers at the same time, and has glyphs etched upon its surface.
I know that drawing.
Shut the fuck up. Just kidding. I'll make it curse. Don't play with me. Don't you meta.
I will pick it up and say, well, got this. Don't quite know what it is. It's definitely magic, though. So it's probably best to put it away for now and keep moving, unless people have other ideas.
Nope.
No.
Can you see what happened to the corpse? Where you see that here? The other cult members were ghouls.
But he hasn't changed. That's a good point.
Yeah.
He didn't attack me when I went to take the ring.
Maybe rip his skull off so he doesn't stand up. Or does that go against like desecrating remains?
I'd rather not. However, you do raise a good point. I will move his body into one of the alcoves. And are the manacles locked or unlocked?
They are unlocked. Samson, as you begin to move the skeleton, immediately something stirs beneath the robes, first slowly and then chittering down its torso and down the robe legs, and leaping at you is this thing. It seems to have been pupating within the ribcage beneath the robes, but hidden from you, it leaps forward, and as it does so, it emits out a burst of what looks like spores in the air. Can I have you and Aya make me Constitution saving throws as this thing skitters past and onto here?
Okay.
Yes.
So, Constitution saving throw. And because you described spores, I'm just trying to remember because I know I have advantage on saving throws against diseased and being poisoned.
It is poison, so advantage 16. You manage to shake off the worst of it, but unfortunately you inhale some of it. Indeed. Taking this much poison damage, you feel a very unpleasant feeling as where the spores landed, they begin to itch down your airways, and you begin to feel something crawling down your throat. And it just remains there, close to heart. The creature, I mean, at this point I'm rolling initiative because it's out in the open, has managed to quickly skitter to your left, Samson. But it gets cornered, so it turns around and just kind of, while hissing, opens its maw, and you can see a whole bunch of like little tentacles wriggle out for a moment. It's cornered, panicking.
I'm not going to go ahead and roll my advantage.
All right.
How big is the creature, by the way?
It is tiny. It's
Tiny.
managed to hide itself within the ribcage of this person. Pupating within.
Okay, so that. Yeah, you got 0 on your initiative.
Yeah, the cough is pretty strong. Okay.
Okay.
All right. With a natural 20, Samson, you can place yourself anywhere you want on initiative roll. Otherwise, Elias goes first. If we want to
I
fight this thing.
suppose. I suppose I will probably go ahead and go first, just because I would need to clear out for Elias to be able to do anything with it.
Sure.
Probably. So I'll go ahead and try and burn this guy away as well. Burn away! And DC 14 Constitution saving throw on its part for 1 radiant damage.
It manages to fail to save, taking to 1 radiant damage. Indeed, the fire scorching it, it emits a squealy noise as it backs away, and you can see it begins to kind of like furrow and burrow beneath it, scattering to earth. Okay, with that, yep.
I'm actually gonna, because I'm gonna still do my move and bonus actions. Actually, I will move to there, which unfortunately I think provokes an attack of opportunity. Happens to take one.
18.
18 is my armor class.
It beats 4 piercing damage, and it, as you back away from it, it attaches itself onto you. It is now on top of the token. Two front.
Okay, so it's attached on me.
Yes.
So does that mean it comes all the way into here?
Yes.
Okay then. Well, bonus action. Get off of me. Telekinetic shove. DC 14 strength saving throw.
Can do. It gets shoved how many feet? 10? Yeah? 5?
Up. The target has moved 5 feet away, so it's going to
5.
sit right there.
All right.
And I will go ahead and end my turn.
Elias.
All right. Not being a fan of creepy crawlies, I will just go ahead and give it a nice little firebolt.
It hits. 5 fire damage. Scorching his skin, but not acknowledging on fire, it again manages to quickly burrow itself in the earth like a few inches, throwing the dirt under itself and extinguishing itself. You see some of the eyes upon its body no longer open as they've been singed away. Alright, that's that.
Then I will move out of the way and kind of shout out, "I believe in you guys."
No work.
This is a tiny thing, isn't it? Isn't this thing tiny?
It is a tiny thing that you guys are managing to hit, yes.
Okay, like, you know what, first bonus action, Connell's just going to run up and try and maul it.
Alright. Go ahead. Yeah, that definitely hits. You fucking hammer smashed the roach. 7 slashing damage with them all? Alright. Pretty sure that should be bludgeoning. I'm not sure. Maybe it's the roll 20's fault. But yeah, just squish.
Close, I guess.
Yeah. You know when you try to like squish a cockroach but it's still alive somehow and it's still crawling, you're like, how the hell? Like that.
Then he'll move back just into there. Just he's trying to keep the path clear.
Sure thing. Did you roll for Connell?
I don't know what I'm trying to shoot this tiny little thing.
Oh, maul is in like the wolf mauls. I thought it was like a maul weapon. I was like, why is it slashing damage?
No, it's, yeah.
Yeah, I got you. Okay.
You know what, screw, I'm gonna try and shoot it. This is gonna look stupid.
It's +2 to his AC, shooting through your allies between your legs, but you manage to hit easy. 7 piercing damage as you pin it to the ground, and it has to like skitter out of it, kind of leaving a part of itself, and where the part of itself is left behind, and it skitters away. You can see a stretch of goop as it kind of breaks itself apart. Gross. Nadia.
I'm gonna cast guidance on Aya,
Okay.
and that'll just be my action, and then I don't have a bonus action. Where's guidance? Here. And it's my turn.
All right. It's not Aya's turn yet. It spins around toward Aya and 1, 2, 3. Natural 1.
That's hits.
Natural 20 hits. For a total of 7 plus 4. For a total of 11 piercing damage as it begins to gnaw into your flesh and tries to burrow beneath it to try and hide. Attaching it is essentially is on your space as we begin this turn. Can I get you to do me another Constitution saving throw, please?
Sure.
Yep. What's going on with my camera? Burrowing beneath your flesh at your arm, and then like that level of sensation, it begins to spread from your heart as you take an additional amount of poison damage and begin your turn. You are poisoned, but under guidance, so guidance gives you like a plus
4.
4? Yeah, okay.
Plus D4 on just ability
checks.
Yeah, I will
throw.
just check. No. Saving throws, sure.
Yeah, you just failed the saving throw. Yeah. Okay, so it is your turn.
Yeah. Okay. He's attached at me, right? At this moment.
Yes, he's on top of you, burrowing into your arm.
Okay, I'm gonna try to shove it.
That will take you an action to scrape it off, just so you know.
Yeah. But I'm gonna move from here.
Okay.
I'm still moving. I'm gonna put it here.
Okay. It's a successful shove. Easily, you can just scrape it aside. It pulls at your flesh as you do so, but you manage to just throw it back to the ground, where it meets a tiny little squeal. You're still poisoned, though. You keep feeling that sensation spread from your chest upwards. That crawling sensation. Anything else on your turn?
Nope, that's all.
Okay. Aya is beginning to look very, very quickly, alarmingly quickly, turn pale, sickly green, alarming to gill, so to speak. And you can physically see the skin kind of bubbling at her clavicle, moving, wriggling. Samson, what do you do?
I will step to there. I will go ahead and drop Holy Burst again, Word of Radiance, try and burn it away. DC 14 Constitution saving throw.
Keep wanting to roll dexterity against it for some reason. It succeeds.
Okay, that's not very nice. Telekinetic shove to try and push it back.
Versus a strength, right?
Yes, strength DC 14.
14. It manages to fail. So it gets pushed back, kind of rolling back up the corpse. Anything else?
And I will step to right there.
Okay.
And block its access to air.
Elias hiding in the corner. What you do?
Elias kind of like peeks out the corner to look around. It's like, is it dead yet?
Oh no, it's very much not dead. It's still like
there.
his hair. He's like,
Oh my god!
he just hides back. Okay. Oh yeah, we got firebolted. Okay, fair enough. 25 hit for 6. It is bloody at this point. Showing signs of fatigue as it barely manages to flip back onto its legs from the impact of the firebolt.
You've got him on the ropes.
No work. Yeah, firstborn Sergeant Goro's going to run up next to Samson and take a swipe at Mo.
As you ran next to Samson and take a swipe at it, kind of trying to work your way in this claustrophobic hallway, you two catch a glimpse of Aya, and I can't stress enough, she is looking on death's door. It is terrifying how fast that can happen. 17 does hit, and it's a perfect lethal too. 9 slashing damage as Connell rips this thing apart again, landing the coup de grace. It's ripped apart, but we're still in initiative. Novak, I think you still have a turn. Because I keep forgetting that's Connell, but yeah.
Yeah, is it still alive?
It is not alive. No, Connell ripped it apart. Absolutely.
A is in trouble.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, Novark is going to run down quick to check on it. Would I be able to stand in amongst them? Okay. And
Yeah.
I'm going to cast spell Cure Wounds just to try and help.
Okay.
Yeah, it's low.
It's still something. 10 healing points as you manage. You see from Eos clavicle the burrowing worms beneath the larva sometimes poke out as they burst through the flesh and then dive back in. And Cure Wounds manages to make them burrow even deeper as they kind of flee away from that magic. Air is looking less green around the gills, but this is not good as this begins to spread. Nadia, what's your input on all this?
So, is there a way to maybe try to like... I don't know how I'm trying to explain without metaing.
You can meta. So I'll yes or no.
Yeah. No, I was just gonna say, like, is there a way to make like a medicine check or like?
Yep.
Oh wait.
To
Well, like to her wounds, but to see like what the nature of like those little like worms are, or like I have an inkling about what they are, but I don't think my character
Sure,
would
let's make
probably
a
know.
medicine check.
Okay. Medicine. Great.
In the panic of things, you've never encountered anything like this, but you do notice that healing does not cure this. These worms are spreading, and they might kill quite quickly should they reach the heart.
Oh. I don't have any anti venom on me. I have nothing. Either you have to take some drastic measures and either cut them out or burn them out.
Yeah, I don't have a lot of options either.
I've got sleep.
Can you bless me? I need a blessing.
I can put you to bed, bye.
Okay,
I was thinking, well, the way sleep works is it starts affecting the creatures with the lowest hit points first. So
Oh,
maybe it would put all of the bugs to sleep.
I like the
I
idea.
really, really, really like that idea. Unfortunately, Aya is on top of your initiative. Aya, can I have you roll me a Constitution save?
Okay, sure. Why
you.
not? Oh my god, I wanna die today. Okay.
You take 9. You take 9 poison damage as they continue to burrow toward your heart. Samson, Elias, it is both your turns.
Would a D4 help her at all, or no?
Have
Probably
this
not.
D4 during these difficult times. Huh?
Well, suppose I'll go ahead and do this focus way in on Aya to try and stop whatever's attacking Aya from inside.
Okay.
With sleep.
Yes, I'm just reading another creature stat block. It is 20 health?
Yes.
Okay. The crawling stops as you put the larva to sleep. And Aya's health is more than Is it total health or is it like health remaining?
remaining.
Yeah.
Remaining.
She has 4 HP left. If you fall asleep as well. The wriggling stops, but her condition is continuing to worsen because these worms are still inside. You've slowed down the process, but have not gotten the infection out.
Yeah.
This is the last thing you see AF. Like, just Santa's face, like, shh. Go in peace.
Yes. Yes. And
Okay.
well, I don't have anything to properly deal with this. I will have to prepare better next time. I would like to try and start removing the worms if I can, which I
Using
believe
what?
will end up making a
Using what?
so a combination of a knife if I need to see them and mage hand to pull them out.
You don't even have to
Try-
roll to
try
hit.
to-
Just roll for what's the minimal damage a knife does.
For me, it's a D4 plus 1 because of my strength.
It's, let's say 1, because you're not causing harm on intention. You're just trying to carve.
Yeah, I'm basically trying to do emergency surgery to try and expose and then use mage hand to pull out. And the best I have is a dagger.
1 piercing damage to Aya. I think she wakes up as soon as she has received damage, so you fall asleep and immediately wake up to Samson incisioning you. Roll me medicine.
Okay.
Where did you meet yourself, man? Oh, wow. Okay, so with the 19, you reach the source of the worms and them aslumber. They're easy to pick out. They don't wriggle deeper as you reach for them one by one. The spores seem to have maneuvered into her respiratory system and burst out, working their way through the mucous membranes and to these tiny, almost tapeworm-sized creatures. Thankfully, they're so far away from the heart. I'm going to say that with 19, you managed to get them out of Aya's body.
That was
You-
close.
We're infected with something. 1 second, and seeing how bad shape Aya is currently in. I will go ahead and do this and say, "Oh, please get up and not do that well, and take 6 hit points of healing from a
Okay.
healing word."
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Something, and then I will absolutely just burn away those worms. I've gotten them out, but I'll just burn them away.
Curl
and see
inwards
them.
as they burn and die. Yep.
Herb stomp them.
I run away from them, okay?
You are
Yeah,
no longer
I-
poisoned, by the way, because you've ended the condition.
Oh.
Hurrah.
Cool.
What a flex, using divine power to kill bugs.
Mm-hmm. What a flex
Yes.
using a CR3 creature in a level 4 party and one of them almost dying.
Yeah,
5 of us.
I fucking love these creatures.
yeah.
So are they gone now?
Yes, seems so. Yeah,
Okay,
think-
I feel awful, okay? I have been sick,
Yeah.
I have been beaten.
my
I got
reflection doesn't have a
emergency
face.
surgery. Yeah, I missed my face for a minute. So I really want to rest.
Yeah, for the rest of it.
Okay. I need to
you're
take
not-
a mental break. Is everyone happy with a short rest to get a hit dice?
After this encounter, I wouldn't mind taking a little breather, but if you want, you can have that health potion that I had from earlier. It's all yours.
Thank you, but I think we can save it for later. If you wanna get a breather, I think it will
If
be
we are
perfect.
going to rest, we would have to head back up. We're not resting down here.
One.
Do you think do you wanna? Can we rest like in the portcullis? There is only one entrance. We can see
Yeah,
if
there are
something comes
3
in the front.
entrances to that room.
Okay, so we go back up, or I can keep going. Honestly, I have faith in gods. Okay, the gods are with us. They choosing us.
Yeah,
So-
I think we definitely head back to the room of things. Or planning.
Okay, show the way.
So I suppose the question is, if you're in that bad shape and we need to rest, we should find somewhere safer than this. I'm concerned that more of those things might show up if we stay down here.
You know, I think from now on, just stay away from dead bodies.
Yeah.
I have to stay away from dead bodies and mirrors,
I think
crates.
you should just stay away from everything.
I think we should
Spies.
just cover you in pillows just to keep you safe.
Yeah. Okay. AI is gonna put one of the pillows over her head. If she doesn't see the danger danger doesn't see her. So yeah, that's it.
Slightly problematic. AM just puts a pillow over her face and makes 2 eye holes. Anyways, jokes aside, yeah, if you guys want a short rest, you may. You guys are doing a good job clearing the dungeon. I'll only ask who's staying like on vigil.
Yeah, nowhere would.
Okay, just roll me like a
Yeah.
perception as your
I think Samson would probably as well.
Yeah, I can stand vigil.
whoever's rolling, whoever among you is rolling. Roll perception. Who those of you are setting up? I can't talk anymore. It's like 8:45.
Oh shit! No, that's enough.
All of you are freaking spooked by this place. Everything seems to be catching your age, and the insistent chanting doesn't help either.
Yeah.
Shadows dance in the corners of your eyes. Paranoia starts to seep in.
Nice.
Thankfully, tracing back in the dungeon real quick, you guys literally went through all the combat encounters save one, so like, which is the crawling thing. So you don't get assaulted by anything while you rest.
Yay!
But I would have
Oh,
totally done it if
Lordy.
you guys were like lazy about combat, but you guys literally spent the whole last session clearing the entire dungeon, purging it away.
Yep.
Purge the non-believers.
Mm-hmm. Hey, I just like, give me health. Need it.
Yeah. I burned all of them. Okay, finally.
Yeah.
I mean,
I feel way better.
Yeah, I'm getting very tapped on spells.
Shame.
Yes, it'll be very
Don't you regain anything during a short rest? You like
You
not as a cleric. Warlocks regain spells on short rests. Clerics are only long rest.
there
Actually,
are
do I
some
regain
features that you
channel
regain on a
abilities?
short rest, I believe, but I'm not sure about Samson.
Do I get channel divinities back?
Yeah, channel divinity is short rest.
Is it?
I think
for the
it's different
paladin
for
is,
each
and
one.
for-
When you finish a short rest, a short or long rest, you regain your expended uses. So I get channel divinity back.
Oh, thank you, God.
Oh,
Thank you, Saloon.
Literally.
I completely missed that. That makes this so much better to short rest.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm
I
much
think
happier
I
about
would-
our combat encounter, our next upcoming combats.
All right. I think I'm going to use arcane recovery to get
I have.
back. Yeah, to get back my second level spell slot.
Tom, I have a question. If a creature is unconscious, can it hear?
No.
Okay. Good to know.
It is incapacitated, therefore it cannot. It doesn't
Okay,
have
okay.
senses. Yes.
So, quick mechanics question: those of us who are observing and keeping watch, do we still have the opportunity to burn hit dice, or is that us consuming our short rest time to make sure we don't get surprise attacked.
I missed that because I was
I know
looking
short
at the
rest is
capacity.
doing nothing.
You have an hour.
Yeah. So if those of us who are watching, keeping watch, would we be able to also burn hit dice? Or
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
okay.
It's, a vigil is a light activity during short rest. Yes.
Okay.
Unconscious is. Ooh, unconscious is a juicy condition. Check out unconsciousness.
Oh, unconscious is real scary.
Incapacity cannot take actions or reactions, can't move or speak, and it's unaware of its surroundings. There it is. First line.
Yeah.
Okay.
But,
Yeah. I just
you
need
also-
to know that for the future.
In terms of recall, if you're like falling asleep, you can't hear in your sleep. But it was it was like less than 6 seconds of sleep. It was like immediate sleep and immediate.
What's going on?
I was
damn.
not that violent in my stabbing, but yes.
Any
I mean-
attack is an automatic crit. Well, if the attack is within 5 feet.
It's not an attack though, because I wouldn't do it's. I know Samson's intentions. It's not an attack.
Right.
If it was meant to be lethal, I would totally let it crit.
Yeah, I think based off of the fact that it was paired with a medicine roll, it was using the dagger more like a scalpel. So probably I wasn't actually even
It's like a
holding
tool
the handle
use,
of the
if
dagger.
anything,
I was
yeah,
holding
exactly.
I was holding the blade, and kind of just using the enough of the edge to kind of cut in a little bit and a little bit more
It
until
would
I got
absolutely damage in terms of like if she was ruling death saves, it would be a hit because you're killing somebody even faster. But it's not a crit because I'm not a sadist. Unlike so many of my other DMs I've played with. I had a DM be like, short story while we're resting. I was playing a tiefling, and tieflings, some of them get hellish rebuke, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Hellish Rebuke is fun.
What the fuck is playing right now? Oh, it's like the end of the video. That's not good. I'm gonna remove those then. I'm gonna remove those. Okay. Anyways, so I was playing with Tiefling Warlock, and I knew that I had somebody like on the ropes, essentially, like almost dead. But this guy was dumb. He kept attacking me, so I just spread out my arms and was like, "Do your worst." In that charismatic moment of like, what you're gonna do. Like, even if you damage me, I won't die. It's fine. Very confident. This DM was like, oh, well, because you're like on the edge of that ladder that goes up, and because you're standing there, you have +2 to AC. And I'm like, I'm letting this guy hit me. I'm borderline walking into his blade. He should just hit. He's like, no, you have AC, and he's gonna roll against it. I'm like, I'm not blocking or dodging or hiding behind cover. I'm literally like, hit me.
At best you can make an argument, but then it falls into the, oh dear, this makes rolling too complicated, that your armor.
I told him if he's
bonus
literally,
still applies.
if this bandit who kills people for money is literally so incompetent to hit somebody who doesn't move out of his way, I'll grab his arm and be like, no, like this, and I'll stab myself. He's like, you can't do that, it's not your turn. I understand something, but just let him hit me. What are we gonna lose? A round of combat? Like, I want to have a cool moment. It's like so silly.
So
You needed a spell.
Zero cool.
It's
Yeah.
it's not
you
even the
punch-
rule of cool. It's vanilla rules. I'm not trying to block anything. I'm
You-
turning
you-
around and bending over. I'm like, there's nothing. Yeah.
Next time, use this, okay?
I wasn't a paladin though. I was a pure warlock of the fiend, hailing Satan.
What if he said like, haha, you've fallen into my trap card now, and he just turns out to be like, drops his disguise, he's the Death Knight, 20 levels higher.
Then I'd be like, hit me because I'm still a confident cuck. Sorry, whatever.
Yeah.
Anyways, story time.
Okay then.
We ready to continue on?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Continuing on Delph, you are standing before Portcullis. This tunnel before you, blocked by rusty iron portcullis that can be forcibly lifted if you use an athletics check. Otherwise, it seems to be able to raise and lower, although you're not sure where the mechanism for that is because it's within the walls.
Yeah. think we want to quickly head back down because we didn't fully check out the very end of that corridor.
No,
Oh, it was
we
just
didn't.
it was just a skeleton with a ring.
Oh no, I was thinking the two side. Oh, okay, they're just.
What?
With lighting,
And-
I didn't actually see the two cells at the very end. I thought that potentially one of those was a passage.
What are you looking for? A passage that appear to be a dead end?
I was. Yeah, I was basically looking to make sure that these two cells down here were actually just cells and not a clear passage going further.
They appear as such.
Then yeah, I would have gone with the portcullis approach.
Okay.
I just didn't. If it was an obvious hallway, I would have wanted to go that before we go to the portcullis.
It is an obvious hallway, yes.
Okay then.
Who picked up the ring?
So-
If anybody picked up the ring, just so I know.
Samson currently is
did.
holding the ring.
Frodo here.
What?
Frodo.
No, Frodo.
Yes.
Yeah.
He's got that double barrel ring.
Yeah.
Taking hobbits. Guard. All right.
So actually, with that short rest,
Mm-hmm.
one of us should have attuned to the cloak.
Good call.
Yeah, but who was it given to? I don't know.
Oh,
I think Eli has it.
There's no requirements for just attunement.
Yeah, I have it, but I'm not really a
Yeah,
Elias is not really a melee character, so I feel
I'm
like
thinking
somebody
Samson or Aya, who's going to be
more front
sitting
line should take
front
it.
line trying to absorb as many hits as possible.
I can attune to it. Okay, I feel the need to be safer now. Okay.
Yeah, I'm inclined to go with that.
Yeah, I agree.
Fair enough.
Okay.
And then with that hour, if I had the ring with me, would that, if I was, suppose now if I was observing things, I would not have been able to also try and evaluate.
With
identify
that, without law of a rule of observing, maybe you were paying attention more to the ring, and you would spend more time identifying it than actually watching your surroundings.
Probably.
Some of you already know what this ring is, but I can't blame you guys. I'm literally using the freaking image from the book. Why can't I find it? Oh yeah, because I put it in another folder. I'll put all the magic items you collected next session in the magic item folder. I'm just keeping them in the Dhurst-Curse folder because I want to separate them from the rest. I will paste the description, save, and show to players. Okay. So that's
It's
the
so
ring.
cool
Samson.
that
Yeah.
that item is so cool for not magical users.
Yes, for all users. I agree.
Oh yeah, for all users.
Samson,
There,
holding the ring, you feel an innate magic within it. A very familiar sensation that you haven't felt since you died first. There's a certain cosmic connection to this ring. Somebody has essentially fucked around with magic found in Judu's book. From having read Judu's book, you recognize some of the symbols etched onto it to be from the book. Somebody has ritualized, cast spells from the book into this ring, giving it Hunger of Hadar.
Interesting. I will put that on.
Can you upcast Hunger of Hadar? I'm just curious. No. Good. Good.
It's level 3 already.
It's a level 3. I just want to make sure it's not like upcastable because it matters later. Anyways. Yes. I'm assuming you are share with the party the information, so I sort of share the item with everybody.
Yeah.
Unless there's no reason for you to keep it secret.
It's just this seems to be at least somewhat tied to the runes that I have, at least the magic in it currently.
The rune specifically looks like an eclipse, like a celestial body, and another one right before it, and there's a ring of light around. There are several specks in that dark object, kind of insinuating eyes in random spots.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I will go ahead and activate, or and have that on.
You're gonna put it on and tune to it?
Unless someone else wants to.
I don't know
Oh,
if
yeah,
there's a
look at
place on your
the
character sheet to note the 2 minutes. Just make sure that you note in treasure or something that you are attuned to one item, because you can attune to up to 3.
Yep.
Cool. All right, there's that. And the cloak goes to.
Me. Yeah.
Do you know how to put modifiers on your sheet, like +1s?
Yeah, it's Cloak of Protection, right?
Yeah, so it's +1 to your saving throws and +1 to your AC, but you can apply modifiers. Don't like change the actual number. Put a modifier there, because that can
Yeah,
mess
yeah,
you up
I
later
only
on
added.
when you level. Yeah.
Yeah, I add the item only.
Okay. How are we getting past this portcullis, guys?
Portcullis. Let me look in my bag.
Well, I'll spend.
Um,
If I try and look past, do I
No
see
work.
any mechanism on the other side?
what are these 3 objects here?
I kind of listed all the objects. The map doesn't reflect the objects I actually have because I changed them because the objects that were there were super mundane. But the list.
I was just thinking the statue thing could be maybe a switching if you move it.
The statue is made of wood painted black with like a rose crest on the statue's shield. It is a carving that's so for statue. I'm pretty sure I said that.
Yeah, does the statue look like it could be a switch if you're able to move it?
A switch?
Yeah, like to raise
Oh,
up
I see what
portcullis.
you're asking. Clever. No, it's a solid object. You can lift it off the platform and it'll be a solid object.
Alright,
Clever
yeah,
though. Good insight. I like that.
If I try and look through to the other side, do I see any type of mechanism on the other side?
If you actually step into the 2-inch water.
Oh, that's the portcullis isn't up where
The
I am.
portcullis
It's
is
down
literally
here.
this dots over yonder.
Ah.
So
Yes. So I will go ahead and walk down to there and kind
looking
of look.
over the corner to your
around.
left, you do see that there's a lever mechanism right there.
Well, guys.
It is just barely out of reach of a normal hand, which doesn't matter because
Ready to try and open this? And I will mage hand to open it.
Nothing
I love
matters.
Telekinetic. Telekinetic is so much fun.
yeah, telekinetically you begin turning. Yes, indeed, there's no wall before you can step right through onwards to the chamber as the portcullis lifts. The mage hand will hold it as long as you're like concentrating on mage hand. I think it's concentration.
It is. Actually, no. Mage hand is not concentration.
Oh, and how long does it last?
Only lasts. It lasts a minute.
Okay, so for
And
next
I'd
minute.
have to active upcast it I'd have to keep it up by recasting it. If
Right.
I have to hold it longer.
As an action. For next minute, it's holding it unless you command it. Otherwise, the portcullis is open.
Yeah.
Stepping.
So this will stay for a minute, and I will step through.
The chanting stops.
Over to 1.
Like the same chanting you
That
heard
way.
throughout the entire dungeon just stops as you peer into this 40-foot square room. As the picture shows, the smooth masonry walls provide an excellent acoustic. Featureless stone pillars support the ceiling, and a breach in the far wall leads to what looks like a dark cave heaped with refuse. Murky water beneath your feet covers most of the floor here. Stairs lead up to dry stone ledges that hug the walls. In the middle of the room, more stairs rise to form an octagonal dais that also rises above the water. You see rusty chains with shackles that dangle from the ceiling directly above the stone altar mounted on the dais. The altar is carved with hideous depictions of grasping ghouls and is stained with old ancient dry blood. There's a small white bundle visible atop the altar.
Where the hell are the people that were chanting? That's why Novar just says that.
Missing. Okay.
Yeah.
I suppose the first thing we should do before anything else, let's try and jam this mechanism so that we can't get trapped in here.
What are you using?
I will pull out one of my iron spikes that I have and try and just. It looks like it's a spoked wheel that goes into the wall. I'll try and just put one of the spikes so that the handle closing in on it just can't. It's blocking it. I don't know if that works.
I mean, it's a mechanism attached to a wall. The inner mechanism is in the wall itself. I see the rod.
Oh, so it's not. It on here. It looks like it's a winch or a capstan.
Yes. Just
So
bear with me because I'm not an engineer. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so what I'm thinking is, if going into the wall, is it going into like a? Is that the handles of that winch going into the wall so that there would be like a slot that I could put?
They would have to go somewhere.
Spike.
Exactly. Yes.
I would put the spike across so that the handle on the winch coming across would hit into and kind of lock it.
Okay. I see what you're doing. Okay. I don't think you even have a rule for that. It's just based on the strength of the tool you're using. For now, it will hold. Yeah. What is it you're using now?
For
An
now.
iron rod.
An iron spike.
Like.
It's part of a climber's kit type thing.
Oh, okay.
It was part of my explorer's pack.
Explorer's pack. That's what I was going to ask you next. Okay, gotcha. For now, it works. It seems to really jam it sturdily in place, keeping the portcullis open. The portcullis obviously weighs more than 10 pounds, but you know how winches work and how pulleys work to kind of reduce the weight of it all. So yeah. Yep.
Yeah. Okay then.
Big
So
spike.
here's the ritual chamber.
Yes.
I'm gonna do something silly.
Yes.
I'm gonna cast Divine Sense to see what's in the altar. I imagine that they are hollow or sacred or cursed.
Desecration all throughout. Necromantic auras along the walls, especially coming from the far side of the wall as you encroach the altar, but only coming from the far side of the room as you encroach the altar. On the altar itself, you detect no magic. No foulness, rather, no celestial demonic, nothing.
How high did you say the walls are?
So I can look it up. I don't usually write that shit down because not a lot of people ask me that, but I will give you the numbers in 2 seconds. Dhurst-Curse dungeon features.
Once I got a player that asked me, how does that monster taste? He cut a little piece and
Yeah.
How do I describe that? It was like a golem, something like that.
So, one by one here. The water is 2 feet deep at your feet. The ledges and central dais are 5 feet high, about 3 feet higher than the water surface, yeah? The chambers, so that's the ledges and the central dais are 5 feet high. The chamber ceiling is about a story and a half, so like 16 feet high, about 11 feet above the dais and the ledges. So you have a full 10 to 11 feet between the ledges and the ceiling, or 15 feet if you're standing on the bottom.
So the water is difficult terrain.
It's 2 feet of water. I wouldn't say it's difficult terrain, but it is this makes your stealth because you are sloshing about. If that matters. Finally, the chains dangling from the ceiling are 8 feet long. That's the measurements, yeah.
Okay.
I'll post that.
All right. I've just as a note, whenever someone eventually does go up and tries to get the bundle off the altar, right before they do that, I will cast Bless at 2nd level.
Okay.
I was going to try, although I suppose it's probably too heavy. I'll try with Mage Hand to lift, but I believe it's probably more than 10 pounds.
Lift what?
Because the white bundle on the altar.
The bundle on the altar lifts. It's less than 10 pounds. Lifts about a few inches off the altar. Doesn't stir.
I'm gonna slowly bring it towards me.
Oh, I love it how risk avert you guys are being right now. It's amazing what I'm doing with all these fear factors. Slowly bringing it towards you. It is now hovering about 5 inches away from your face.
I moved a little farther from the item.
It
Yeah, Novar just kind of steps away as well.
I will take my hand, not holding my shield, and hold it. Is it about the right size for a child?
The bundle resembles the size and shape of an infant wrapped in swaddling cloths.
Hate to say this, but hopefully this time at least it's Walter. And I'll start unwrapping enough to make sure that it's not another fake one, so we can put him to rest.
Please be dead, baby.
Please be dead, baby.
That's
Please.
what I'm thinking.
Elias
It's
crosses
funny
his
how
fingers.
dead baby is like the
Dead
best
baby.
case scenario in his fucking house. It's like, God, please, just dead infant, please.
I want to put him. I want to give him a proper burial.
All right. You part away the swaddling cloths, and held in your hand. Instead, it contains a rusted, serrated dagger, painted red with dried blood.
Not a child. It's
Bamboozled again.
dagger.
Okay, I'm going to inspect the altar, guys. Wish me luck. Lady Luck is not here.
As soon as you
The
step
altar?
onto the altar, and with Samson holding up the serrated dagger, the chanting rises once more as several dark apparitions appear on the ledges overlooking the room. Go ahead and spawn them in, actually. Give you guys a visual of where they are. Yeah, let's put them here. Let's put like a mirror here. Yeah, that's good. Each one resembles a robed figure holding a torch, but the torch's fire is bright green and seems to almost draw light into it rather than cast it. Where you'd expect to see faces are voids wearing the white masks, pinpoints of green light glowing where pupils should be. All together, in unison, with ethereal voices, they begin to chant. One must die. One must die. One must die. What do you do?
We still go free movement to move around right now?
Yes. They don't seem
Yeah,
to be
no.
doing anything but chanting and holding up these torches.
Yeah, no,
I-
it just kind of moves back down into the water. Who fought it?
One has died. And I will step forwards.
Seems to be as you're stepping, holding up the dagger, their faces slowly turn to face you as you approach closer toward the dais. All the while, the chanting continues. One must die. One must die.
I'm going to just kind of put the dagger in my belt.
Did you say they're like spectral or are they like whole?
Their voice is
Like-
ethereal, and you're looking
Okay.
down to where you can imagine their feet are. They seem to be growing more and more transparent until they just vanish altogether. There's no bottom to them. The solid is
Gotcha.
more solid than the, yeah.
I think they want us to perform a sacrifice.
I mean, technically,
not-
they said one must die, so couldn't one of them count?
I'm pretty sure they are dead.
And they didn't seem to like my answer that I already experienced death. Because I will step onto the altar. And I'll put my hand on the actual... I'll step onto the dais and put my hand on the actual altar itself.
Feels defiled, and for a moment you feel a sting of pain as if the house itself is edging you on to do what must be done. One must die. One must die.
I was really hoping that would work.
So if they're just chanting one must die, and then I'll look to the one closest to me to my right, and then I'll just say, so die, and then just cast a firebolt, see if anything happens.
The firebolt through them, as you realize that these harmless figments, apparitions, cannot be damaged, turned, or dispelled away. They are there, part of the house, part of your mind, part of your imagination. You're not sure, but the spell sails through, hitting the back wall, sending a few limestone crumbles into the floor. The chant continues.
I wanna
Bold of you.
see it.
I will follow with that with a quick sacred flame at one of them to see if radiant fire of sailing does anything.
The chanting grows louder as you sacred flame them one by one. Apparitions flicker in and out of existence, back, drawing closer and closer. The torch is now pointed at you. The chant changes. The devourer will not be denied. Come, demon, we awaken thee. The chamber
Oh dear.
begins to quake. It shakes, the foundation of the house above, sifting dirt and dust from ceiling. The portcullis begins to creak as it begins to reverberate. You can see the spike reverberate as the very house tries to push the portcullis down. The spike begins to bend inwards, but still holds. Disturbingly enough, as the portcullis resists, you begin to see something rise out of the water there from the bottom. First, a hill, then a mountain, a mound of skin, muscle, sinew seems to rise out of the water and form around that entrance. Ugh. Gross. Alright. Grossing myself out with my own monsters because I know the fucking lore behind them. The dirty water filling the chamber ripples as something moves beneath the surface from the far side of the room. You all get one action before I have you guys roll me initiative one more time.
Well, you already know what my action's going to be.
Bless.
Yeah, let that bless fly.
Alright. The dirty water filling the chamber ripples as something moves beneath the surface. A host of bones, flesh, and disparate body parts come together from the water, collecting into a massive, shifting heap of coral. Before you, coming out of the dark alcove, is a ruling mass of decay and rot. Thick tendrils of flesh wriggle from it, reaching for nearby surfaces. You can see the tendrils grip onto walls, tighten with crushing force as the enormous thing crawls towards you. You see bodily remains of humans buried into its putrid body and realize the entire thing is in fact one giant clot of clumped together corpses bound by muscle and sinew.
Disgusting. Kind of reminds me of the what is it, that reborn monster in Bloodborne.
Mm-hmm.
Novar's just going to get up on the ledge here and Conan's going to move down with the others.
So there's a thing at the portcullis as well.
There's a mound of flesh formation at the portcullis, yes. It undulates in full states, but doesn't seem to crouch closer. It just stays there, clutching onto every crevice in the wall, kind of thing.
Well,
are we rolling initiative, or did that happen?
I was gonna say we could blast that part. Oh, that's our only way out.
You still roll initiative, whatever he does, you know, like fire. Or
I'm going to drop Chin Infinity. That's my pre-initiative.
Bro, what's with me not rolling higher than 5 initiative like this fucking session? What's going on? Whatever, it's still forming. It's still forming. You can get an opportunity for like do stuff.
I love having advantage on initiative.
Oh shit.
You can place stuff wherever you want.
And I dropped as the pre-initiative thing. I dropped my channel Infinity because I feel like this would be very bad, very fast. So I've got Twilight Sanctuary as the room around this fills with moonlight.
Yeah, am I able to just take a pot shot at the thing?
Alright.
Yeah, I'll cast just a firebolt off the hand. For some reason, it didn't load in my 16
That's fine. It didn't load into you at all. Did it?
Let me.
Did you not click your token?
Thought I did, but maybe I misclicked or hit something else. I can hit it again and just
Hit
change
again.
it.
I'll put a 16 in there. Yeah, there you go. Shame. Alright.
Yeah.
Okay.
Roll those first actions, and I'll start the round with.
Not with me.
No. I just said with, and I never finished the sentence. Sorry.
I suppose I'll drop myself right before. Yeah, I think I'll drop myself right before the creature. That natural 20.
Right before the creature?
Yeah, right before the mound. So
Sure thing.
I
I'm
should
trying
have
to
done that.
drag ya, but it's not
Alright.
working.
Sorry. Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
I tried to go in and edit the score to drop me in the right location, but
No, I prefer to know why you're there. That's why I put 2020. Because
okay.
it matters
Yeah.
later when you have like boss fights, because some bosses act on initiative count 20. It just matters. Anyways. Yeah, anyways.
Yeah. Okay.
Alright,
Cool.
and in that case, you guys roll those attacks that you were talking about?
Yeah, do you want
I-
one at a time?
Sure.
Alright, I'm just casting a fireball, so I'll just get mine out of the way real quick. Nope.
I'm just
You
firing
have-
balls, dude.
Hits the massive creature. It's possible to miss, but I mean, it hits one of the minor bodies. Fling it off. It doesn't seem to mind the damage at all. Yep.
Yeah, I'm going to cast Hunter's Mark on it.
Hunter's Mark.
Get that ready. Yeah, get that ready.
I'm gonna say, leave them alone. And protect myself with my shield. I'm using
Right.
Compel Dueling, just in case.
You're gonna compel Julim?
Yeah. Not sure if it's smart.
Compel creature, sure. The range must make a wisdom save. What's the range of it? 30 feet? How close are you to it right now? I think it's within range.
25,
Yes.
and my DC,
Ooh, wisdom.
13.
It rolled a natural 20.
Nah.
I'm just gonna say, Beshava and Timora are against me today, okay? Today, they are against me, both of them.
Right.
Yeah.
Any other actions before we move on to Elias top round?
Use mine.
Okay, Elias.
I used mine to drop Infinity.
Yep.
Alright. As soon as that thing starts moving, I'm gonna hit it with good old Scorching Ray.
3 bolts of scorching rays shoot forth. One of them gets absorbed into his body. The other 2 seems to hit critical points, dealing for a total of. Did it hit? I actually need to look up this thing's AC before I say anything. Yes. Dealing 11 fire damage to it as it begins to burn away some of the body's stream. You realize these desiccated bodies belong to the many, many, many adventurers who try to do what you are doing now. Among their screams, you hear the very faint cry of a baby. 11 damage. Anything else on your turn, Elias?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
That'll be it.
Just doing math in my head. Alright. 10 feet. I'm just doing auras. Nadia, it is your turn at 16.
So what I'm going to do is I'm gonna go 5, 10. Oh, let me get this tool. I want to move 5, 10, 15. I'm actually gonna move up to here, and then what's the ruler? 40. For the time being, I'm just gonna cast a firebolt at the large one down here. Actually, you know what? Yeah, we'll do that.
Okay. Having trouble.
Also, Elias, you
Yes.
get 10 temporary hit points.
Ooh,
Twilight Sanctuary.
Shroud of stellar twilight envelops you. And 11, unfortunately, does not hit. Gets absorbed into the creature as it continues to form and grow taller, 10, 15 feet.
And then at that point, I have no bonus action, so I'm good.
All right, Novark.
And
Yeah,
Now
no
you're
one's
at
just going to
5.
take a quite pot shot at it. Okay, 19, 7 piercing, and plus 2 for that, obviously, and then Hunter's Mark. That's 13. If
All right.
it's,
It
Plus
does.
a D4 if you need it.
and Connell's just going to hold there. He's not going to attack this turn.
All right. With bestial yelps, this thing suffers the damage. Indeed, almost fully formed, standing up, it begins to advance forward. Samson, you want to turn right before this thing.
Novark, you get 5 temporary hit points, and Nutty, I think you caught that you got 5 temporary hit points from my Twilight Sanctuary.
Yeah, I noted it.
Well, this guy looks big and ugly, so
These guys.
yeah, we're gonna drop Moonbeam. First use of this, do I have a Moonbeam token? Drop out.
Actually, I get 25. Actually, I'm gonna take my original roll and apply it for it's plus 6. I think it's. I don't even know what the original roll was because it's not telling me. Oh, it's gonna be 22. So 22. Yeah.
So it takes. And I don't seem to have a token.
Oh, I have a token for Moonbeam. 1 second. I got you.
Yeah.
It's 10 radius, yeah? 10
5-foot radius and
5
a
foot
40-foot high cylinder.
easily done.
Yeah.
Where do you want it?
Right there.
I mean, like,
Yeah, basically right.
it's either there or there.
Yeah,
right?
right there.
Mhm.
Right where it is.
I will let you control it. I think you'll be able to do that if I do this. Save. You should be able to move it around.
Yep. I have control of Moonbeam.
Alright, Moonbeam. It takes half damage, yeah?
Yes, on I must make a Constitution saving throw and take 2d10 damage on a failed save, or half as much on a successful one.
Alright.
And I'm gonna go ahead and move to right there,
Alright.
and that's it.
The creature yells of hundreds as it proceeds to lumber forth through the Moonbeam. Does it do anything on its turn against Moonbeam? It's a lot to read.
When a creature.
Read that while I take its turn. Alright. Nice, this first. Alright. At a creature. So one creature. Ha! Alright.
So it looks like Moonbeam applies
Technically,
when-
Moonbeam should have applied just now as it moved. As it
Yeah,
beginning of
because
its turn, right?
it started its turn.
Well, it's
within-
also
Yeah,
it applies at casting and at the beginning of its turn, yeah?
yeah.
I remember it's one of the spells where, like, yeah, it takes the full. Go ahead and roll damage again. It's gonna be per instance. As it takes the damage from Moonbeam, you see it tear apart a part of itself. Like this clump of corpses that it then tosses 30 feet across the room by range. Yeet. Yes, I do. Perfect range. It tosses this clot at you, Novark, as it forms and sails across. Make me a strength saving throw, please. You take 5 bludgeoning damage as you become entombed in dead flesh, essentially. As it begins to wrap its way around you and trapping you in it.
You have a D4 to saving throws as well.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I forgot about that. My
Thank you,
bad.
Bless.
17.
That saves. So you don't take the 5 bludgeoning damage. No, it just lands beside you. Okay. All right. You manage to like wrestle out of it or throw it aside or however you wish to flavor this. All right. With that, it goes ahead and charges through the wound being taken. How much damage there, Samson? 11?
I rolled 11.
Okay. Math. All right. Samson is going to try and trample you, slamming its 2 forming limbs out of corpses, you aside as it begins to maneuver toward the center of the room as well. One slam at you, one slam at Aya. 19 against you, Samson.
That hits.
That hits.
Yeah, I only have
You
18
get you don't suffer damage. It grapples you into itself, and you begin to lose footing as it begins absorbing into you into itself. Aya, does a 22 hit?
Yes.
9
It
bludgeoning
hits.
damage as it just punches through your armor and sends you a little bit back. Samson is grappled. That is the end of its turn.
You say it choked me, right? That's what you meant?
It didn't shove you. I'm just flavoring the punch.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
It is your turn.
As an action, I'm gonna use protection against good and evil.
Okay.
Here.
Thank you. Those balance you one will ensure you touch yourself. Use protection against undead. Yep. The protection grants you several benefits. Control this has disadvantage on attacks against you. Okay, disadvantage on attacks. Alright.
Okay. That's gonna be my turn.
Alright. Elias. Top of the round.
All right. I'm just going to give this a good old.
Yeah, take 5 hit points.
A good old magic missile.
Alright. All reliable, doesn't even have to hit. 3 of
Yep.
them? Yeah. 7,
Yep.
9. 1 by 1. Just seem to send chunks of flesh that immediately heal over, but not completely. Not HP wise, just flavor wise. I said 9, yeah? Yeah.
Yes, and that'll be it for my turn.
Okay. All the while, this thing roars as it begins to absorb Samson even more into itself. Nadia, your turn.
I'm going to shoot a chromatic orb at it.
Okay, what does that look like, chromatic orb? Because I know Chaos Bolt. What is chromatic orb?
Chromatic orb allows me to select a damage type. I can cast it here, or here, I'll do this. Hold on. There.
It is a diamond one. Okay.
Yeah. I did buy a diamond.
I know you did.
Okay.
I had a player who was like didn't, and I was like, where'd you get a 50 gem? Because that's a really good spell for like first level. And I was like, where'd you get a 50?
Yeah,
50
I made
diamonds from?
sacrifices.
Yeah. Sweet.
I was like, I really want this, but yeah.
So it's like an orb of energy that like changes colors as it becomes chromatic, and then you pick a damage type. Okay, sweet.
Yeah.
All right. What damage?
24 to hit. Lightning.
It hits, and lightning. It makes the muscle spasm and rips the thing apart with the impact of a bolt. I'm just reading resistances. Yeah. Okay. For how much
It's gonna
damage?
ask me here. Yep. Lightning. 15.
Ooh, nice.
Big hit.
That was just a level 1 spell.
Let me type quick maths to myself because doing this kind of math is 2-digit math is hard. All right.
Oh yeah.
Sweet. Sweet stuff. All right.
And then I have nothing else.
Okay. Novak maintaining your hunter's mark. You may take your turn.
Okay, Novar's going to move away from this blob thing, and he's going to make his way around to here, and yeah, just take another pop shot at it. We'll go that. No, that'll be a miss. And this time, Connell is going to move with his bonus and take a maul attack. It'll be a 15 cause advantage with pack tactics.
If 15 is a perfect hit, is just hits.
11 slashing.
11 slashing damage as Connell begins to reap the flesh out of this thing. Along the screams, all the while you can still hear that baby's cry. Okay. The thing begins to look bloodied as it begins to lose mass, slowly kind of peeling away at places. Alright, that's Connell. Novak, did you already shoot?
Yeah, that would be me.
That-
You see
that
this
was a
thing I'm
miss.
standing next to? Is that a pillar? Is that like a pillar there?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you'll have cover.
Alright, and a 7 doesn't hit. Yeah. All the while you pass through apparition and passing right through its body. It's not even ghostly where you get a slight uneasy sensation. Seems to be purely a pre-programmed illusion of some sort. With that, Samson, once again, you are grappled. If you want to get out of the grapple, it is in action.
Yep, I'll deal with that in a moment. Connell gets 7, and Novark, you get 8 temporary hit points.
Yeah, Connell's already at say 10, so I'll go up to 7.
Okay, so step the first. I would like to go ahead and use telekinetic shove on this guy to try and shove him 5 feet away from me.
I think a shove breaks grapple.
Because it just flat moves him 5 feet
I
away.
think any shove breaks grapple. It's a neutral one. Fuck yeah, breaks grapple. You managed to shove it which way direction? East?
It's
Southeast?
directly away from me.
Okay.
Unfortunately, I don't have an option. It's directly.
All right.
It's either directly towards or away from me. I'm throwing him away from me.
You managed to prepare
the
yourself
action-
outwards, shoving him. Yep.
Will be that.
Elias, you get opportunity of attack if you so wish.
Unfortunately, I don't have like any sort of weapon in my hand.
Okay, fair enough.
So
Alright, and it's a Constitution saving throw because we're moving back onto it. It's rule A24. So it takes half of that damage there.
Yeah. 1 second. Okay, so I've got this guy.
Okay, 4.
And I suppose the apparitions are just apparitions and not actual.
Yeah, no, it doesn't seem to be
things we
harmed by
get
spell or
to be.
anything. It just flickers in and out of existence. Slight effect from your moonbeam is one magic type, disturbs another, but it is a magical effect of some sort. These people are no longer real.
That's all I'm gonna do.
Okay. Alright. This.
Oh, and I will Twilight Sanctuary myself.
Yeah. Twilight Sanctuary, so good.
Okay.
Tearing a piece out of itself, it looks directly at Aya and it slams down a chunk of itself. Aya, do me a strength saving throw, please.
Sure. Strength saving throw, and I have bless, so let
Yeah,
me-
go ahead.
how about-
Bless should have a modifier, but a 20 will do it by its own. As the
Yeah,
club lands right there. You manage to dodge out of the way, or otherwise it misses. It lands onto the altar. And then, angry, it slams once against Connell.
Yeah, that's it.
It grapples Connell. As Connell whimpers, it begins to absorb Connell into itself as Connell becomes grappled. It then goes ahead, and because it's a 10-foot reach, a long reach around, it slams Elias. Does a 20 hit? Elias? I think your AC is
Yes,
not,
that is
not 20.
definitely a hit.
Even with your armor, yeah. 17 bludgeoning damage as it just cracks down onto you, almost knocking you off your feet and down the stairs, sending water splashing everywhere. Connell is grappled. That is... has no reason to run away other than the moonbeam chasing it, but I mean, it's not that. Anyway, sorry. Talking to myself. Yeah, Connell is grappled. It is now top of round once more. No, Aya. Rolling
Okay.
ones. I was like, I rolled so low, I'm probably bottom of the round. Nope, Aya's right there.
Yeah. I'm gonna try to slash the one that is grappling Cornel.
That is it's the main cloth that's grappling and absorbing into it.
So
Yeah.
yeah,
20,
I was going for the tiny really. So yeah.
you're going for a tiny? It's not grappling Connell, just to be clear.
Well, it's not grappling Cornel. Okay. The big
It
one.
tears pieces out of itself, slams into her, trying to engulf you, and then, but if it misses, it just lands beside you on the floor and just undulates there, growing, being a mass of corpses that kind of wriggle lazily. But because they're not part of the main mass, they don't seem to be like attacking. They're just there as a sticky, crushing mass. Connell
okay.
is grappled by the big, huge monstrosity as it draws him inward.
Okay, I'll attack the big one then.
Okay,
And,
so 20 hits, 10 slashing damage.
Yeah. And I'm gonna say a little prayer and use Divine Smite. So
Plunging the sword inwards, the silver makes the flesh sizzle as you divine smite, divine energy. We're so inside for a total of 23 damage. Yeah, that's right. Okay, as it bursts forward, you for a brief moment make a hole in the flesh, and you can see its beating heart, a pupating container made of bone and flesh, muscle, that beats, and where it cracks, for the briefest moment you see an infant, like a stillborn fetus within, before the flesh reforms protectively and reforms, and the thing just lets out a growl of pain as it turns all of its attention towards you, all the while drawing Connell deeper into itself. Elias.
I take 9 temporary hit points.
How does it feel like we roll
Cool.
dice every turn after?
yes, totally.
So, how does the temp HP on Twilight Cleric work exactly? Do you have to reset it every turn?
You pick the
Yes,
best one.
all temp. Or you pick whichever one you choose.
Yes, that's it.
Oh, okay.
It doesn't add up. It just you replace it every time it get cast on you, if you so choose. Or you can just be like, no, I like my temp HP right now.
Also, for the record, are these blobs of flesh moving, or are they just chunks that have
They're
been
not
discarded?
moving from their space, but they are kind of wriggling in an undead way, kind of undulating. They're not moving away from where they land. They're just there as a mass, just blocking that space. You can't end your turn there because they will probably do something to you. But they're not.
All right.
Does that answer the question?
Basically.
Also, you suffered 17 damage last turn. I see that. Change your health.
Oh, yeah.
Beyond death's door. Don't forget your temporary HP goes out first. So 17 minus whatever temp HP you had, and then you receive the rest as damage. Yeah. All right.
This is how I heal people. I give them temporary HP.
All right, then.
Just shields.
Oh, that's right. I need to make a concentration save. So that's a Constitution saving throw, correct?
Yes, correct. It's DC 10 plus any amount of damage above a certain threshold. I don't remember what the threshold is actually. Is it above 10 damage?
I thought it was 10 or half.
It's either
whichever-
10 or half the damage taken. Whichever is
17
greater.
halved is less than 10. Yes, you're correct. So it would be 10, and you succeeded with your bless easily, maintaining concentration on. I'm not sure what your concentration.
Bless.
Bless is a concentration
Concentrating
spell.
on bless. Yes.
Yeah, blesses.
Yes.
That was just like a one-time instance. Like you bless people.
No.
Nope.
If Bless was a one-time instance, Bless would be the best spell in the game, hands down.
I mean, it's already pretty good.
Yeah, it's pretty dope.
It's very
Okay,
good
okay.
already.
All right,
But
I don't play enough
without concentration,
players. I
Bless-
DM forever. I don't have players enough time to know the spells. I'm just like, I'm pretty sure.
I know my monsters.
Yeah.
No monster will like ever cast bless because they have better spells to cast. I could cast bless, or I could tentacle you into space, like like,
That would be dope. Actually, have monsters that overcome adventures with the power of teamwork.
yeah. I had supporters, obviously. I had healers, I had supporters, but like most casters have like better spells. Like I cast Entangle, like like whatever.
But
Anyway.
Bless is very good because it helps over the long term with
I'm
the
gonna read
party.
bless as you think about what you want to do during your turn.
Okay, then I will do one more scorching ray on the big boy.
Oh, bless is really good. Wow. I should be using it for monsters. Scorching Ray, I have 14, a 15, the 15 hits, the 22 hits. So
Alright.
that'll be 8 plus 5, 13. Total damage as this thing begins to collapse beneath its own weight. Not quite dead, but is absolutely dying. All the while engulfing Connell.
All right. In that case, that'll be the end of my turn.
Okay. If you get them 30 HP, as Nadia takes her turn. As the last of your Thunderbolt kind of phases out, what do you do?
I'm just gonna go with a good old-fashioned firebolt again.
Good trusty old Firebolt. When I'm out of spell slots, gets absorbed into itself.
Fuck. And then as my bonus action, I'm actually going to convert sorcery points. I'm going to convert 2 into a level 1 spell slot.
Okay. Go ahead and do that. Guys, in retrospect, I didn't notice that it has this. Can I get, in retrospect, all the 4 of you on the dais, essentially, to roll me Constitution saving throw?
Oh.
Should have noticed that. Beats. Samson's beats. Elias, you suffer 7 poison damage from being in its vicinity. Retrospective, the best way is better than nothing. Is that 2 natural ones?
That is 2 natural ones.
Alright, and then we have Aya saves and Connell.
Connell, real sorry.
It's okay.
Oh, that one. Yeah.
Now, Juan, he suffers 7 poison damage as well. He suffers the 7 poison damage. It is now yours and Connell's turn.
Okay, well, Noir's going to take another shot at it. 24-6.
Yep.
So, plus 2, then Hunter's Mark. So that's
Is that damage?
9 damage. Yeah.
How do you want to do this?
You see when they opened that up, I've seen that like core heart thing when he blasted it open.
Now that
Would
it's
he have
losing its
seen that?
forms, like holes are forming, and you just get glimpses of it now and then. It turns in spaces, yeah.
Yeah, so basically he looks for that and then just fires directly at that core.
As soon as you manage to snipe your way through the tendons, through the bone, it cracks through it. You hear the cries stop as the entire thing gives off a shudder and collapses forward. With it, the dead flesh clumps too begin to kind of melt away into oozes of just liquid gore, and it is dead. Moving no more. With that, the chantings stop, the apparitions fade away. As you take a moment to breathe as the thing melts away, revealing that bony egg cradle that's now cracked, and within it is the infant with the arrow in it. Walter Dhurst, that you recognize, or whatever monstrous remnant left from it after the twisted rituals of his cult, is dead and at peace.
So, what are we doing with the... You want me to roll out the 4 remaining turns of my Twilight Sanctuary?
Sure, why not? We're gonna be like, if you're gonna keep it lasting, everybody takes max. Kind of like what we did last time.
I will always be holding my Twilight Sanctuary because Samson very much enjoys staying within the sanctuary.
Okay.
And would probably stay there forever.
I'm gonna pick the baby.
Okay. Wanna roll me like a religion or a con check, or if you're trying to like find out what's up, or just picking up the baby just to have him. Hello?
The pressure was too much.
Picking up the baby killed your internet.
Yeah, my internet is fucking up today. Sorry about it.
It's okay. It happens.
I'm assuming that we'll have been here more than 4 rounds for all of that, so Moonbeam is also going to be gone.
So the baby, it has an arrow, and it's
on
laying on the ground.
Norbert
big
shot
ball.
it through, yes.
Is like discomposed, like an undead, or
I mean, it looks like the spirit of the murdered infant, unwanted by the parent, has incited a powerful curse upon the household. Yes, you sort of already picked out on that already, but this just confirms it. The soul tormented its killers and chained their souls to this place of death. It's an aberration, half human, half whatever dark forces they cast upon it during the ritual, whatever Lady Dhurst did to this bastard of son, has twisted it into this thing in your hands, this grotesque thing. No longer human, undead monstrosity that's now at peace.
okay, I'm gonna cover it with the pillow, the cover of the pillow.
Mm-hmm.
And should we bring it upstairs and put it in his tomb?
Probably. I suppose we should also go and double check where it came from. Make sure there's nothing else in that area that we are concerned about.
The refuse pile contains the remnants of many, many sacrifices over the years, over the eons. Some of them have turned to dust, others have been turned to bone.
Yeah, I'll spend a quick minute kind of poking through it to see if there's anything of interest, anything left over from adventurers past that's not completely destroyed. I'm assuming it's all gone.
The sacrifices have been performed on bare bodies, it seems. You don't even find strips of cloth or anything. It seems that whatever precious items were on these adventurers that came knocking on doors, you found in Mrs. Dhurst's trunk. The cloak, the magic book, those belonged to adventurers and were kept in her trunk. These poor unfortunate souls were stripped naked and sacrificed on the altar.
Yeah, okay.
Is there anything else on the altar?
Chains suspended above it, dried blood. I mean, it's been used for its purpose. Nothing else aside from the foul depictions and carvings upon it, unless you're looking for anything specific that I'm missing.
Nah, he's just changed to see if there was any other objects besides the dagger.
Just a dagger. It's a serrated dagger, quite a wicked looking one too.
The dagger that was in the bundle that is currently in Samson's belt.
Yes. Yeah, besides the dagger, there was no other item. Yes.
Yeah. Can some of the people who know how to throw a fire start lighting this pile? It's far too much for us to actually bury, but
it's bones,
flame
probably not too flammable. Soaked in
it's
water.
bones. No.
Bones and water,
Okay.
probably not too flammable. Yeah.
Yeah.
I have oil. We can do it. Or we can try.
Have you ever tried to burn bone?
Bone does not burn easily.
I don't know.
Do not burn oil in water.
Yes.
I feel that's metagaming, so I'm gonna
No,
do
it's not. It's common knowledge.
No, that's common knowledge, and
You're
We're not
honor bound
idiots.
now. You can't metagame.
I thought there was potentially leftover flesh from the same type of thing
Nope.
that the
No, all the
zombie
flesh was
thing
on his
and-
thing. It's yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
Yeah, well,
We can come back later, Samson, and try to bury them or put them at peace.
as soon as AS says we can come back later, the floor quakes once more. The ceiling shudders and cracks as the breeze and dust begins to sift into the air. The whole structure above your heads groans. The house
Let's go.
is about to collapse
Now.
on top of you. You must flee. How we're gonna do this
run.
real quick, because it's like getting late. I'm gonna do this as a skill challenge. We're not running through the map. We're just gonna do a skill challenge. If you ever played 4E, we're doing that. All right.
Okay.
So you must accrue 4 successes before 3 failures to escape the Dhurst house. Okay. As you begin to like flee, you see like swarms of like maggots bleed from like walls, the floor, the ceiling, beneath the water, beneath the float, on top of the water surface. They begin to quickly fill the room that you're in like a monsoon wave, kind of pushing you toward the exit. You can try and resist it, but you'll be flooded. I think it's common consensus that we're running, yeah?
Yes.
Play
Yes.
agency, but like I'm just taking a guess. Okay.
yeah, we are running. That was what I was saying to start.
Alrighty then.
Full run.
The portcullis now slams shut as the iron spike that you're holding has been so much out of shape that it just tinks out of place, and the portcullis slams on top of like whatever the Saran gore is left below in the water from the creature that was there. You can attempt any skill check to attempt to surmount this obstacle. I'm gonna have like one person at a time lead each encounter and perform a roll. If you want to roleplay giving each other advantage, you can help, but essentially one person makes a check per encounter for the sake of action.
Do we need proficiency on
No.
the skills? Or
No, but it will
Oh,
help.
okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Portcullis slams shut. What do you do?
I'm gonna pick my crowbar and try to lift it open.
Okay, that'll be like tools. Go ahead and rule that. Let's say athletics with advantage because you're using crowbar.
Okay,
You're trying to
let's
lift
go
it.
for it.
In the murky water through the gore, you manage to find the slot where the portcullis slams to the floor, lift it, and manage to lift it up. 15 is perfectly what you needed. As you hold it up, your fellows proceed on through, and you slam it behind you. Proceeding onwards past the chamber where you found all the cultist stuff, you run up the stairs. I'm going to have you guys in a stack. I'm just going to put you on the map for the sake of vision. We are now over here. What do you guys do? Ooh, that was weird. What do you guys do?
Should we jump?
Faster this way.
Okay.
Say.
we go to the right.
Go
Yeah.
right ahead to the statue room. We'll go upstairs.
All right. You maneuver on past the T cross section onto the secret stairway.
What?
The way forward is blocked by a flood of maggots. As you see them, they start pouring from the wolf's den downwards, tumbling down the stairs, and begin filling the room beneath your feet. You can kind of feel them gnaw against the leather and cling against the metal at your feet as the room begins to quickly fill up. What do you do?
I would like to, and unfortunately it's not a skill thing, I'd like to try and just Word of Radiance to blast all the maggots away.
Yeah, like anything with
if I
fire.
can. Kind of the same way that I had done on
Okay.
the worms that we had met before.
Go
it doesn't
ahead.
get rid of them though.
Go ahead and roll
You
that.
could do it.
I rolled how many rounds it will take to fill the room. I rolled a 1. Okay, that's 5 for each like cluster essentially. As they quickly, unnaturally quickly, fill the rooms. You are now like chest high up to your chins in maggots as you begin to try and wrestle your way up. Unfortunately, I'm gonna have all of you guys get hit, but essentially I'm gonna roll the 1 attack. I'm not gonna roll 5 times. Roll to hit. 20. Who gets hit?
All
Uh,
of us.
everyone.
Everybody who gets hit will
Who
need a
doesn't?
Constitution saving throw.
Oh my god. Okay,
This is where
I'm gonna
the
do
bird
this,
dies.
guys.
This is well. Success all around. Thankfully, you only suffer the 6 piercing damage from the bite.
Which means that everyone is at 4 temporary hit points because of Violet Sanctuary.
And nothing matters. Maybe that's why you guys did not receive the disease and infestation. As you successfully manage to finally claw your way past the maggots and onto the ladder, climbing it up, all the while getting like maggots in your face and shit. Gross. Alright, as you manage to make your way up to the Wolf Den trapdoor, which is over... Yeah, you guys are essentially all there, but I'm gonna spawn you again just for the sake of consistency. Okay. To your horror, you find that the 2 windows which you saw the street from have now been absolutely bricked up by some supernatural force. Though you made it to the Wolf Den. Wolf Den of Wolves.
I can't see anything.
You can't see
Likewise.
anything?
No.
But I can picture myself there.
Yeah, so
Yeah, but it's important for us to know where we are at. Can you see yourself now?
Not yet.
Not yet.
No.
That is so weird and so bizarre. Let me spawn you one by one. Samson. Ea. Novark?
Nope.
Con.
Uh,
I didn't switch the maps, that's why.
No.
Yeah.
There we go.
okay. So the door is closed to, and the windows. You said.
The
right?
windows are bricked up. The door is open, so you left it open. The swarming maggots seem to be pouring out walls and making their way down, following the flow of everything. To your horror, the 3 stuffed wolves seem to be been animated into life in this room as they surround you and growl at you. What do you do?
Nice doogie.
Do you want to try that? That's animal handling.
Hell no.
Yeah.
It's D&D, I'll allow it.
I wanna try. Well, anyone want to try something?
I will
I was
take.
about to, s-
Oh,
I
go
was
on,
about to say
Novark.
with Novark, yeah, he's just going to just try and basically the way he commands Kono, he's just going to go yeah, just to try and see if they can get them to fucking stay, if they're still wolves technically.
You're trying to like animal handle them to like stay?
Yeah.
Go ahead and
Yeah.
hold me animal handling.
Uh,
Feed by commanding alpha intimidation or by T-posing on them, you manage to successfully intimidate the stuffed wolves in their place. That is a success. You guys are breezing through this. Alright, you managed to make your way all the way to the... what is this? I'm just going through... Well, you guys are like blasting through the room, so I'm just
Main
going...
hallway.
The main room.
Yes.
Yeah.
Main entry, main hallway. Because
To your horror, you discover the front doors are slowly becoming bricked up, and behind you, the doors of the main hall begin to swing shut. As you like leap in, I'm gonna get you guys to make me a group dexterity saving throw. As you try to hurl yourself into the main hall before the doors swing shut. We have 13, 12, 14, 10, 20. I think it averages out to above 12. Okay. You manage to make your way into the hall and make for the exit. As you do so, black, poisonous smoke spews forth from the fireplace into your faces.
I'll use Gust.
That's an
Go
automatic
away.
success. If you do that, that's an automatic success. As you gust
Yeah,
it,
I have Gust.
you gust it away using a spell slot, and you make your way to the entrance foyer. The mahogany doors behind you slam shut as you make your way through this room, and an ominous thunder can be heard outside. You look about the room, desperate to escape. When you look toward the exit, you see the bottom third of the front door has been replaced by bricks. Defying all logic, the wood has melded into the rows of moldy brick. You blink, and to your mounting horror, in that span of a second, more of the door has been converted. You keep your eyes wide open as to not cast away your chance at breaking down the door. That's when a fetid cloud of filth rolls in, stinging your eyes and drawing tears. Both. This is just terrible. The walls are brittle and rotten as they develop mold upon them. The wallpaper hangs and slivers, and from behind the plaster, a flood of rats bursts onto the floor, crawling across your feet and scratching at your flesh. What do you do?
I will try and use some of my medical knowledge in terms of getting us away from the smoke and fog thing, and say, cover your mouths, try not to breathe, run.
Yeah, I can still keep casting Gust too to make it blow away. It's a cantrip.
With the gust and covering your mouth, I'm gonna like waive the disadvantage that would have otherwise been to the check. However, the rats are still about, and escape seems to be, escaping your grasp, so to speak, as the door continues to get bricked up with each blink. Stinging your eyes, you manage to keep them open, but not for long. What do you do?
Did I just like thunder wave my way out of here?
Yeah, the walls seem very brittle and rotten. Go ahead and using the spells
I'll
made it easy to see. Cast it.
I'll cast it.
I'll use the cast it.
Oh, sorry.
Does it use a roll?
No, it's just a. Yeah, is that possible?
Roll me a 1d20 plus your spell modifier. It's just
okay, I gotta actually
easy to see, but there's always a chance of failure for some reason.
1d20 plus
whatever is your spell hit modifier. Plus 6, I believe. Plus 4, plus 6.
My spell modifier? No, it's
Up spells to the far upper right should be a number.
Oh, I'm on D&D Beyond.
Oh yeah.
It's your what? Proficiency and your what?
What's
it's proficiency plus spellcasting ability.
You're a sorceress.
Oh,
it's
that's
charisma
5.
plus
That's
your
5.
proficiency bonus. So 1d20 plus charisma plus proficiency.
Sorry, I gotta actually type this
You
out.
get to charge up the spell, the thunderous energy concentrating around your hand.
It's 1d20 plus 5.
Because like 4 thunder damage doesn't do any shit to objects.
Shit.
What's your charisma?
It's 3 and I have proficiency
3.
of 2. I'm
1d20
trying
plus
to
3,
actually.
So it's plus 5. So 1d20 plus 5.
Yeah, what's the command roll for it?
/R.
Oh, /R, and
Yeah.
then space 1d20.
1d20 plus 5. With a space between them, yeah. That. Yeah, you did it. A 15 does it, yeah. You managed to blast your way through the bricks as they shower forth, sending the mist beyond. I'm so tired. You escape. Okay.
We did it, guys.
Oh my god.
Victory!
We did it.
Yes.
And that challenge.
I got.
Well, I
It
have
was
to
pretty
say,
Nobody fell
aside
behind,
from,
not a single fail. Amazing.
I have to say, aside from meeting you all, this was a thoroughly unsettling experience.
You still,
Call me
Barovia.
you still have Walter in your hands.
Yes, I was gonna say that. I still have the baby on me.
I don't want to retrospect with skill checks. In the rush, you forgot to put him back into his crypt, and he's still in your hands. Do you go back inside?
Is the house collapsing?
No. It is. You go
Well,
back
we
and-
finally found the dead baby. We can't just give it up now. We've been looking
I
for
want to
it.
do it, but I guess next session.
Hey,
Okay.
that or we can bring him to the church and give him a burial in the church's cemetery, which is probably, well, not the family way. I doubt he would want to be buried in this house, but with all the memories.
I like that. With Walter out of the
I don't know.
house,
He
the
may want to
foulness,
be with
the
his
foul
family,
source
his brothers.
out of the house. Indeed, you start seeing the house begin
We
to
need to
swallow.
speak to the dead, okay?
Yeah, indeed, you begin to see the house begin to swallow itself up and collapse onto itself and disappear into underground. Now that the
Lagging
foulness
again?
have been extracted from it. I like the church idea. That's a cool idea. Yeah, skip that. Yeah.
Yeah, I will take some cloth from my priest robes and wrap the dead baby in that, and
Wrap the pillowcase.
Hey, we should go.
Yeah.
Yeah, we should head back over to the church. I'm sure the father there will help us putting this one to rest.
What about all the locals? Are they still watching, or are they bolted?
Yeah, I
As
was
you
about to
make
say.
some distance between yourselves and that cursed house, you watch as the state of House Dhurst swells itself up, vanishing to the ground. For the briefest moment, you catch a glimpse of the nursemaid's spectre as she lifts one hand, thank you, before vanishing. The murmur of a gathering crowd grows in volume as a man parts the rabble that has gathered to witness you. This menacing individual slowly steps forward, accompanied by a throng of guards. The towering brute of a man wears an armored uniform adorned by a long, dark cloak lined with a white wolf's fur that falls off his broad shoulders. His head is shaved clean, and his face is scarred by old battle wounds. Clenched in his grasp is a colossal axe which he holds with one hand. The other appendage is monstrous and disfigured, the flesh red as if burnt, and has barbed spines and elongated fingers ending in talons for nails. I think I already showed you guys this guy, but I'm not sure if I still have a handout for him.
Yeah, I know. You definitely showed him to us.
Yeah,
we
but,
encountered
for-
him several times.
Yeah, okay, so
and
I have him here
Anthony's
actually.
waved to him several times.
I wouldn't actually mind seeing what he looks like.
Yeah, I was gonna say that Nadia and Eli haven't watched him.
Okay.
It's actually bad what I've got going through my head right now. Just walking in. On you.
With a voice as deep as the grave, he speaks, addressing you all while maintaining his heavy gaze. You are the first to ever enter Death House and escape. Impressive. Your weapons, city forged. Your faces unfamiliar. I never liked strangers. Strangers have a track record of causing trouble, and you will quickly find that I'm very good at breaking those who break the Burgermaster's laws. Judging by your gawking, you don't know who I am. The name's Isaac Stranzi. I am the Burgermeister's right hand and captain of Valaki's guard. You'll do well to remember that. Isaac takes a glance at the remnants of House Dhurst behind you. This better not lead to anything that will disrupt the city or its citizens. I will be keeping an eye on you. He then turns to speak to the gathering crowd and says, Disperse. There's nothing else to see here. Return to your homes or risk arrest. I will not repeat myself, people. Go! With that, the crowd begins to disperse, but he remains gazing down upon you. Now, at the end of session, you may speak to him, or we may leave it here and pick up next time.
Picking it up
Yeah, I think
next time.
picking it up is probably.
I usually don't go longer
reasonable.
than 4 hours. This was an exceptionally long session, but it was fun.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, no,
Yeah?
I get it. Like, I totally get it. I'm falling apart myself. This is a good point to put it to rest here. Baby in
Yeah,
hands in
and
front of the city guard.
Holding the corpse of a dead infant.
I mean, I feel bad.
Please
about the
be a dead
baby.
baby.
I'm
Dead baby, dead baby, dead baby, dead baby.
I love Death House so much. I ran this in my first campaign when running this. It's at the very beginning when you first enter Barovia, originally. You could put it anywhere, but, you know, it's the first thing you encounter when you enter Barovia. And when we were with other DM, like, whatever, he maybe had his own plan and shit, but when we didn't do Death House, I didn't want to metagame, so I didn't say anything, but inside I was like, no, I love Death House. Bring me that baby, please.
yeah. That
I don't know.
seems to very much set the tone for Barovia.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was like, we're having 2 new players join us. I gotta put it in. Yeah.
No, it's just as we walked out there, all that was going through my head was just going, we have exorcised the demons.
Yeah. Yeah.
This house is clear.
This house is clean. The house itself into itself. Fucking rebuilds itself in 2 days or some shit.
Yeah, that's all I was thinking was poltergeist, because that's what happens in poltergeist, is the house collapses.
Yeah. I mean, you guys did like what most adventurers don't do, like cleansing the corpses, putting them back into crypts, fucking, what's it called, like repose.
I think it's that we're a lot of clerics.
Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In the name
How
of
many-
my god. No, in the name of my god. No, in the name of my god.
So I know
Yeah.
I know Samson is a cleric, but who else is?
And a paladin? AI is a
Oh,
paladin.
okay. Yeah.
And Nadia has like, I think, traces
Nadia has, traces of a paladin, but mainly sorcerer.
of... Yes.
And Novar's just here saying,
Or not
shut
paladin,
up, baby.
Cleric, yeah. and Novak believes in no god.
Nope.
Just nature. But yes. I mean, in terms of finding out each other's characters, that can be done over a P or over next session, but this was fun. I'll let people go if they need to go, because this was an exceptionally long session. So fun.
Same time next week.
Hopefully...
Dude, I could play for another 3 hours.
Yeah.
I would love to, but I have work in the morning, so it's
Yeah,
probably
same.
not a good thing.
I've
know.
done it before. I've played 8 hours straight. It feels terrible. I
Oh
played...
no, last
Yeah.
Dude, mine
I
last
believe
week-
you if you said it feels terrible after.
No, it felt terrible 4 hours in, and we kept going.
Oh,
We were like,
no,
no.
the thing is, last week I ran a session and then I did this.
I don't know how you live.
Hey,
Yeah.
3:15 in the morning.
Wolf's Bane. Hopefully now you're actually guys are armed to face a hack oven with all that shit.
yeah. I
Hopefully.
very much hope we get a long rest before that, because I am so tapped out of spells.
Yeah, what time is it, by the way? On
It is
Like
11 o'clock in the
11
morning.
right
You
now.
guys woke up 5 hours ago. Did it feel like a
Which
whole
means-
day though?
Which means no long rest for a while.
I mean,
Yeah, I'd say we take a couple of days break.
Irina will be fine.
He was going with Strahd. He's a rich millionaire. He's the governor. What's gonna happen? And
Prince.
good question. Are we gonna? Did we level up?
No.
No,
Okay, that's fair. That's that was an option.
You didn't level up because we leveled up 3 times in the course of like 5 sessions.
I know, but
I thought he started for level 3.
Yeah,
I was-
we level up
I was
level 3
wondering
off
why
the
you're-
bat, and I'm like, no, Curse of Strahd, you start level 1, Death House. You do Death House at level 1, by the way.
That's
no,
nuts.
no.
You thought a vampire
that-
spawn was bad.
I don't see how you live.
You run. You don't fight the flesh mound. You literally like, and you run, and you have to do
I'm
the
looking
skill
for
challenge
full-
as you run away from it because it gets squeezed to like, whatever.
Yeah, unless you dramatically changed and increased some of the things, like those shadows, I would assume would have been able to take out a level 1.
5
and
shadows against level 1s, you just die. It's Death House. It's literally
yeah,
welcome,
and
welcome to Curse of Strahd.
even the ghouls in the hallways, that would take
Yes.
out a level 1 group
Yes.
easily.
no, ghouls are extremely strong.
Yes, you
Like-
literally go through Death House, like, checking every corner, and as soon as you see an enemy, you're like, no, we gotta go the other way around, or like some shit. Or you utilize a way... I mean, my party didn't even fight the ghouls. They sealed them in that... They sealed one way, and then they sealed the other way. By crumbling the whole tunnel. By just taking those wooden fucking beams and just crumbling the tunnel. They didn't fight them, because they couldn't. And that's Curse of Strahd. It's not all about like bashing faces.
Yeah.
So enjoy your encounters while we're in this weird like we level up too fast and I'm catching up phase before I branch off back to like this is the CR Curse of Strahd is supposed to be played at.
This is the pet of Strahd, and we see a giant wolf.
Yeah. CR
33
changes though
meters.
because I gave you guys like an item that was not in the dungeon originally because I wanted you guys to have a ring because I want to see how creative you get with it.
Yeah, that ring's gonna be interesting.
You were like, I want to face the hags one time. I'm like, well, if you don't, Hunger Fadar. You need to help the dark powers to beat most of the evils, and I think that's a big thematic in this module that's trying to rely of like, yes, as a mere mortal, you can't beat these things. That's why nobody did it in like 700 years. That's why the land is as it is, haunted by these evil things and whatnot, because heroes die in Barovia unless you have an edge. And what's that edge? Je do.
Die.
Like,
Die.
Hunger of Hadar is a good edge.
yes.
Like summon Doom Guy.
Yes.
Yeah. I love my mage hand. It's so fun.
It's pretty strong. Like,
Telekinetic
I mean,
is so much fun.
and you can make prone people or only chop.
It's push 5 feet.
Only. Okay.
It's a saving DC saving throw, or be moved 5 feet in a straight line from me, and
Yeah.
I choose to towards or away from me. The thing that I love about it is that a creature may willingly fail that saving throw. So if people get grappled, I can move in such a way that I can pull them to me to get them out of the grapple.
Kind of weird how they don't let you go from like left to right though. Like if you want to shove someone.
Let's put things this way. It's really good as it is as a bonus action.
Yeah.
I'm assuming the left to right is that opens up so much mechanically that you can do that they didn't want to risk it.
Yeah, but I agree with Nick. Like,
There are features that allow you to do that though.
Yes.
Not that. Yeah.
Not as a continual free bonus action that you just have.
Mhm.
Yeah. No, I mean, I get it. You got to have some kind of limitations. It makes you like reposition or like, hey, maybe you have to take an opportunity attack, but you can do this instead.
Yeah. I
get it.
I love telekinetic shove. It is so much fun.
That'd be really good with a wizard.
Oh yeah.
I mean, just good
It is-
overall.
It is really good for like anyone. And the invisible mage hand just gives you so many options to just mess with things.
Yeah.
All right, well, I got to go get some foods.
Same. We played for like 4 hours. That was impressive.
Yeah, that was really fun. I liked it. I liked the
Yeah.
end sequence. It was tense.
I just wanted to finish Death House before we start next session. That's all. That's why I kind of like kept going for like another hour. I knew we were gonna finish in like an hour.
All
You know, like-
so hour
Yeah.
break and then second part of the session.
I like how you think. I love how you think. I was gonna ask you, Tom. I was thinking on the skill challenge. Like, I was planning to use religion and say that the fate will, I don't know, show us the way.
You cannot.
Could it be
use-
possible?
You cannot
I
use
don't know.
divine intervention to like level 10.
I don't know.
Yeah,
You can see a whisper of
That's
light.
literally describing divine intervention. It's like a thing that clerics do get, but not to like later. We're like, my God will show us the way, and then you're like God, God, and you roll, and it's like, yeah.
Divine intervention is really cool, but
It's cool.
so-
It's so cool.
The thing is, with religion checks, they're mostly informative rather than active. They give you information,
Yeah.
or they like how well did you perform this religious rite, but they're not like how likely it is for something amazing to happen just about now. That's not what religion.
The religion rolls would be more in the what's your knowledge of this area?
You look at the like a stained glass thing at a church. Like, do I recognize this god before? Religion.
Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah,
I was going for the whole for creative window. Okay, like let's force this check. I don't know. It could happen.
It would have been a wasted check, and you probably would have failed. It would have been funny. With that skill check, if you fail 3 times as a group, the slowest one of you in the previous initiative roll will get snatched into that house as it collapses. 5
Well,
yeah.
failed checks. It's like 2 of you guys get grabbed. It's not death, but it's bad.
Yeah.
Imagine.
It's Samson
Um,
dying bad.
Uh,
It's not death. It's worse.
Samson is fine.
It's not
Fine.
dead, baby.
Damn, did Judun take anything from me? No. Yeah.
Yeah,
Give me time.
There's no problems with this.
I mean, you
nothing is
can't
going-
sleep. That's not a good thing.
Nothing is wrong with Samson.
Y'all gonna have a long rest, and Samson's gonna be there in the corner. One of you guys is gonna wake up in the middle of the night, and he's just staring at you like.
I mean,
I can't
that
sleep.
has already happened.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm just kind of like lost my memories. Thinking about childhood. Did I have a childhood?
It's
Did you ever think about how we're all just dust in the wind, in the cosmic realm, space?
And he says that while sharpening a knife.
Yeah. While there's like a candle
While
in his
eating an
hand, but it's
apple.
like has a
Use a
bite
knife.
out of it.
No, he does the tough guy thing. He's like eating an apple with a knife, like cutting it and everything.
You look down,
Yeah.
it's like the skull of a rat instead of an apple. It's just like.
Yeah.
Did you ever think? Just snack, man. Just snack.
yep.
Yeah, Novar's just there going, "Nay, bother, creepy breaks," and just goes back to sleep.
Nadia's trying to like feed or some shit. It's just like goes to Samson and is like, no, not this one.
Yep.
Well, guys, I'm gonna leave. I have a few things to do now. But it was extremely fun. Emil?
Yeah.
It's Emil. Elias, sorry. It
Yeah.
was extremely fun meeting you, okay?
Thank you. It
I
was nice
really-
meeting you guys too.
Yeah. I really like you can do it, guys. I believe in you. Okay,
Step back into the corner.
It's like
Yeah.
There's hobgoblins, right? We all know hobgoblins. They're like wars in our blood and glory, and then there's like Minus does hobgoblin. Yeah. You guys
Well,
Yeah.
remember you
Take
have
care,
that
guys.
trade, that race trade that if you miss, you get a bonus depending on how many people watch you. That's
Right.
always on. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, really? That's
It's like a societal pressure kind of thing.
Yeah, it's like oh, I can't fail. Like not in front
Right.
of these guys. Oh, I gotta make an impression.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's some
Alright.
fun there.
All right. Good night.
Take care, guys.
Good night.
All right, have a good one.